On this week's episode of Let's Talk FGO, 9th anniversary. It's happening. Happy 4th of July, by the way. Also, brand new event in JP. Your mailbag and more on this week's Let's Talk FGO Live. I apologize if I'm out of breath. I literally have a fever right now. So I am Omega. With me on the ones and twos is Lucky.
I hope everyone is enjoying Fate Grand Order, aka reaching out to grab destiny. And while we here at Studio Mega like to bring you the latest FGO-related news and memes, we will be talking about current and future events for both the JP and EN version of the game. So anyone not wanting spoiler shit, celebrate your independence today.
What the heck is a kilometer? Okay, I'll add Discord and let them know.
That's good. Did Lucky break his login streak again? Hold up here.
Didn't you? Shouldn't it be daily reset? There was extra maintenance in the middle. We are starting a brand new campaign.
How? I could have... Oh, whatever.
Well, we're starting fresh.
Hot and fresh.
And we'll talk about what the special stuff is in a second. Got all those fun things. But as you can see, Lucky has a very full present box, as many of you, I'm sure, did. And this is, as I said, not just on the ones and twos, but Lucky is providing you this, a beautiful stream. Be sure to appreciate it. It is a slight pain in the ass to set up FGO for OBS. Look at all them things. But yes, very fun, cool, big anniversary panel, which we will break down. That just happened, like 30 minutes ago.
Look at all those grails.
Yeah, big ass grail selection. If you don't know what that's about, we'll explain it in a second. First, I'll just thank everybody for watching us live. Thanks everybody for watching us in the future. And thanks to patrons for helping support the channel as well. I am recording the audio, so there will be an audio post on Patreon. We'll mention more about that later. Yeah, these are some big-ass boxes.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling, just seeing... Did I really spend this many coins? I feel like I'm getting like 5 times the amount of coins that I had. Did I miss something?
So, some of it is... Basically, anything you've ever spent on Grail casting, it should be refunded.
Yeah.
And, whatchamacallit, also, like, a lot of them have increased for bond levels. I've seen a lot of silvers, so I don't know. Is it maybe miscounting some productions?
I feel... Yeah, but here's the thing. I didn't spend Grail coins every single month to get my 2 free Grails.
No, this is true. Though, the other bonus is that you will get your Grails for every month, regardless of if you could cast them as part of the refund.
I feel like this is too many coins. I really do.
It's definitely more coins than I got, but I don't know. Maybe you really did roll that many in the FP gacha. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, receive all. Yeah, no.
Coin.
No, yeah, you're right. Except that I'm getting like 5 copies of the exact same number several times. It weirds me out. But I'm just gonna receive it all. It ain't not my fault.
Yeah, it's just servant coins. It's not like the weird Saint Quartz exploits they've had. We'll say that's, whatchamacallit. That's I actually forget what it's called for a second. Is that Pareidolia is the human ability to see patterns and things that don't have it. Well, there's a ticket for 7 days of login. But okay, all right. Sorry, we got distracted by that mystery. The mystery of the many coins.
I love how they're just
Explain the
listed
coins
as
if you don't get it.
they're just listed as serving coins.
yeah, they're not bringing that shit down to the text. There's so many of those. It's a big-ass number of coins, gang. All right. So, that takes us to Wake the Fuck Up Senpai. We're going to set for pro tips. No audio cue, because Lucky's running the stream, and I'd have to send him the button I'd press, and we'd have to time it over Discord. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got 2. The first is the usual note about optimal St. Quartz purchasing. If you're ever curious about it, you don't have to just buy the biggest pack of St. Quartz. I believe for Destiny Order, your best bet is you get spend slightly less money if you do the 25, the 4, and the 1 paid SQ, rather than just jumping straight to the 42. But it's a good one. I do believe since they did discount the normal Lucky Bag to 15 paid SQ, it's just easy. You just do the 12 and the 4. It's probably your cheapest. So keep all that in mind. My other pro tip is hydrate out there. Holy shit, it's hot. I think I wrote this like today or like yesterday when people were in our Discord posting, oh, tomorrow's temperatures will be 100 degrees. Feels like 111. Like, drink water, stay cool. Be safe out there. It's hot. I'm drinking plenty of fluids on my aforementioned feverishness, but still, drink. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
Your body is made of so much water. All right. But that moves us on down. We currently have no records and no evils.
Yet.
Because maintenance and the banner just ended. I did already secured my my paid St. Quartz for Lucky Bag. Which I felt, before we started the stream, I felt a little regret over, because I was also, like, I bought it, and then I was like, wait, I didn't decide which one I'm going for then, but I think I got it in mind. We'll talk about that in a moment. So currently, no evil, no success, but just a fresh-faced couple of boys. Ooh. A hot storm lightning. Damn.
Is the chat not popping up? Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, I do not see the chat overlay right now. I was just thinking about that. It happens sometimes.
Lucky's running around in the background, checking things, trying to make sure everything's going good.
I know it happens. Reminds me earlier. I tried to like stream the AX panel like to Discord from YouTube, and it just didn't work right.
Oh, that would explain it. It's not the the game was over the
Oh, FGO layer too high.
Yes. Yeah. That's what it was.
I think
Okay.
I've actually done that Nubius a couple of times. Open broadcasting software, wonderful program, but sometimes you goof. All right, okay. That takes us to, did you finish your master missions? Lucky's looking at them right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see that you need to perform 30 FP summons. You need to defeat 3 each of Saber Assassin servants, Archer Rider servants, and Lancercaster Berserker servants, and then complete 5 quests, and then complete 10 quests.
Okay.
All of it very easy. Probably get it done doing your pavilion missions. Actually, maybe that. Well, I don't know if that's really a record. That's a aggressive debate over which CEs we picked, but we can discuss that probably when talking about the anniversary drop. But that should be your master missions, and you're going to want to complete mission quests anyway for another mission thing that we will also discuss later. Not quite yet, but soon. Soz. We're going to move into our new segment, Skelograms. And first, actually, we have JP News.
Yay.
JP, new event. This was, to remind everybody, called Waiting for You at the End of Spring. Started the 1st of July, ends the 22nd of July. I also apologize if I am suddenly cut off by a sneeze. But, first of all, to do this event, you need, before the aftertime cleared. So, you got to be semi-caught up. Got to be pretty recent on this stuff. Also, funnily enough, when we talk about it being an amusement park event, I think I saw a defunct line about this once, Kid Cities, because it seems like this is an amusement park for kids to practice careers.
Oh. Interesting.
There's, like, funny money involved, and it's a point sladder event, so there's, like, gathering career points and stuff. It's interesting. Seems like a metaphor about preparing for the future. Clear the event to choose which welfare Gray Lily you will get. It will either be Saber or Lancer, who do have slightly different kits, so this is important.
This is not the first time we've had to choose between two servants, but I think this is the first time that they've had different classes and kits.
Yeah. They are actually functionally different.
Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, no, Mecha Ellie, the Summer Valkyries, the Hakunos, all have the exact same kit. They're just visually different, with like different lines.
And obviously for Hakuno, they put both in the FP Gacha eventually. So it's an odd case, but yes, these are functionally two separate servants who do. Chat, to put it this way, I do have new servant deets on them later, but the short version is one of them's AoE, one of them's single target. So, like, we're actually doing different things here. So that's important to note. We also got a Paris rank up quest. Let's see. It's NP upgrade or skill upgrade? The image on the wiki's not translated. Yeah, it's the skill up. Okay, so yes, so we've upgraded, Eyes of Apollo. So now it shall improve quick performance for 3 turns, and then when you critically attack an enemy for 3 turns, you apply the vital spot identified debuff for 3 turns. So now you can get extra stacks and also can apply it outside of your enemy having buffs. So like if you need to use the 1/1 evade or just need the damage steroid, you don't need to strip a buff to get the tag. You do have to critically hit them first, but it should be helpful for Paris's kit to flow a little better. And we also got our new summon banner. The servant is brand new alter ego Asclepius. And you may be going, who? And I say, a hoo-hoo to you as well, sir. That's a joke because he's an owl. Short version is Asclepius is technically a minor god. He's the son of Acheron, the river god, as in the river in the underworld, and a nymph who might be the river Styx, but also could just be, one of the ladies hanging around in the court of Hades. He's mostly known for frolicking in Hades' garden and maybe kind of, sort of, I don't know.
He's a snitch!
Yes. Might have told Demeter about the pomegranate. which, according to some versions, made Demeter so mad she buried his ass under a rock. Literally threw a huge rock at him. Heracles goes down to the underworld and removes the rock, and then Demeter turns him into an owl. This is interesting, by the way. I need to do some cross-reference research on this. I know some species of owls are associated with Athena, and that might be the Roman Minerva. But the type of eagle owls or horned owls that Asclepius is associated with seem not to be thought of very well by the classical mythological society. So I'm curious where the divide is there. But yeah, he's a snitch, so he got. Also, it's been a few days. Also, thank you for your special message, Carlos. Thank you to all of you in chat also. But we also already, it's been a few days, already they have a Demeter banner as well. So if you're not interested in Asclepius. And I don't know if it's available yet, but I believe it was announced that we should be getting a costume for Demeter's Olympus look in this event. So Demeter costume.
Excellent.
There's also a Primo Medusa command code in this. Hell yeah. But yes, that is waiting for you at the end of spring. Now, I will say, I also note this later, but when talking about his design, Asclepius is one of those guys who seems like not, while you can ascend him, not all of his sprites and arts are revealed. So, and several of his passive skills are question marks, so there will probably be some more payoff in the middle of this event. We'll see. We'll let you know about that later.
Yeah.
But that means we move on. First, English news to catch everybody up. There is now an official FGO English Discord server. Yeah. So I wrote this in my notes this way on the news. This one didn't seem to go as planned. I believe it was confirmed. It is reported, rather that this was handled by Lysengle back in Japan, and they outsourced it to a third party to set it up. And the third party did not come packed with moderators. So, how you say it was Wild West for like maybe a day.
It wasn't Wild West. That shit was Saddam and Gomorrah. Let's be real.
Yeah. True. It was very bad. It was as bad as the internet usually gets when they realize they can get away with everything.
Yes.
An unfortunate sort of like, running rampant sort of a thing. But that resulted in everything getting locked down. They have started to recruit mods, and I believe that partial reopening has begun. People are saying that it's calmer now, but it's a lot more restricted.
It was pretty bad from what I understood. I did not join it. I am actually quite fond of the community that we have as is and felt no urge to join it. And that tiny curiosity I had to join was completely snuffed out when I heard what was going on in there. I will not repeat the things that I heard, but let's just say they were bad.
Yeah, no. Very similar experience where I was just like, oh yeah, I guess that's neat. It took like 9 years. In the panel, even like Albert tried to fake enthusiasm to be like, yeah, after 9 years, isn't it cool? But he also like very rapidly went, let's go back a slide. I like looking at that slide better. I like looking at these social media images of Space Arash. Which, fair. But yes, no, like I said, I'm, we have a perfectly pleasant Discord community already, and I was like, well, an official Discord is cool, but I'll wait to see what other people say about it to see if it's time to hop in. And people were like, no, do not go there. So we didn't. It's some people obviously are kind of like a little, extremist about it, being like, how would you say, like, oh man, this is why I don't hang out with Fate fans, blah blah blah. I think any fandom in extremity can be usually quite nasty. I don't think any fandom is universally super nice and pretty and pitch perfect all the time.
I can't think of one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll call it engagement bait, but I'm also genuinely curious. Like, if you know any perfect bulletproof fandoms, let me know in the comments, like, because I really don't. I don't think it happens. But, yeah, so there was a little bit of negativity about it. I will say I don't think it was a super great look for FGO because, like, when you opened the app, it was the first thing, the front page of the news in-app. So, like, not the greatest, representation going on, but if they've got it in order and adjusted it, that's, okay. That's better. But, yeah, so that ended up that away. And no, I do also appreciate, chat saying, Lucky loves us. I also appreciate that quite a few of you in the Discord, when hearing these horror stories, are like, man, I'm glad this Discord's cool. And I'm like, yay.
You can't see it, but Lucky threw up the double piece.
Neat. But yeah, so we will continue to monitor the situation from afar. I am sure that Lucky's rabbit spies will inform us should, the server be cool. Right now, they're in a rebuilding phase.
My spies see all.
So, let's talk about the big one. The 9th anniversary event. Happening right now, Ski.
Right now, Ski.
We're technically seeing what's part of the countdown, which is the pavilion quests. But it's going on. So, had a big old panel at AX. Actually, I didn't write a note about this, but I do want to say. I will say, not too much offense to FGO's social media team, but I do want to say it was a little weird. They were tweeting constantly about, the panels and events going on at AX, including, stuff like tune into the anniversary panel. I don't think the official FGO Twitter had any, links to AX's Twitch or YouTube where it was streamed. So I know that, speaking again, even in our own Discord, even before the stream happened, people were like, oh, where can we watch it? It will be streamed, right? And it's like, well, I think it's been streamed most years. Maybe the first couple it wasn't streamed, but AX's does do the streaming. And it was, I believe, on AX's official Twitter and YouTube channels. But it was a little confusing to be like, oh, where is it actually? But we had a big full panel. Of course, obviously, did have Kano-san and Albert on, but also guests included Kawasumi-san and Kana Ueda. But also, Yuya Takahashi Uriri was there. She had a prior commitment, though, for a different panel and had to leave after about 30 minutes. But, we did get some extra guest time.
Popped
Pretty cool.
in.
I responded to live chat. But we got a few different things. As usual, this was billed as a, other Type Moon Properties panel, but we didn't really have a lot to talk about in that respect. Albert basically was like, hey, Tsukihime remake's out now. If you want to buy it, it's like 50% off. Maybe pick it up now instead of waiting for the Steam version. which I kind of assume was related to some news, obviously, that gets announced later in the panel. But there was that. They didn't really have too much to talk about the new Melty Blood game. I think Albert said the trailer was an old one, but they did have some key visuals to show and just remind everybody that is happening. So hopefully there'll be some more news on that. And I don't think there was any whatchamacallit, any other Type Moon news. Several people were there. They can fact check me. Yeah, I don't think I don't believe they've officially announced a Steam port of Tsukihime. If they have, it's like been a very vague one. But Albert is still, he knows the community. I gotta say, he's really improved a lot about firing it up. Also, thank you for the hot pink super chat, legendary.
That shit is neon.
It's very bright. Good job on getting a Resh before your goals. Thanks for sharing. Sorry if I pause slightly longer than usual. That's, like I said, that's the fever brain. I feel the hamster wheel turning slightly slower. So, yeah, Albert joked about waiting for a Steam version. I don't think there is I don't recall if there's an official announcement, but like I said, he made the joke at the panel, and his crowd work has improved, I think, over the long years. Knowing when to call on the crowd to be a little louder, but also when the crowd should to settle down a little, Bouncing back and forth with a couple of people in the crowd. Reminding everybody when they took a final crowd shot photo when Via-san had to leave, to people to stay seated. Don't stand up and try and crowd out the photo. But yeah, so that was our Type Moon news, and so we started with swimsuit event news. Nice. Numero uno. I mean, they showed the new images for our first banner, which will be Jufu, Nikic, and Seal. Very funny to hear Kawasumi Inueda call her, Seal Senpai, because technically Seal came first as a heroine.
Mm-hmm.
But they mentioned that you will need to clear the audio call prologue to do the summer event, and that it is starting the 15th.
Not long.
Yes, smack in the middle of July. So you can look forward to a pregame for next week from us. I was a little concerned it would be earlier, but I had to just go with it, and yes, it's going to be on the 15th. That is a Wednesday, 2 Wednesdays from now. We do have a Caldea Broadcasting stream scheduled also for the 14th. So keep all of that in mind. And actually, before I move on to the 10-part campaign, I should mention, they did the usual stuff they do at these anniversary, streams and panels, kind of talked with all the guests. Not a lot of, comments about, sightseeing around America or anything. But did kind of talk with everybody, reminiscing about, when they've been previously to AX. It had been a few years for some of the guests. So, it was nice to hear them reminisce. And they did also talk about the special anniversary art by Nami. Albert did bring up that, some people have asked why they didn't go with a soccer theme, but did say that, baseball is kind of like, all year-round culture for a lot of members of the audience. They showed off a variety of merch they had that's also a tie-in. Which, by the way, also means they did actually come up with names for 2 separate baseball teams. It's the Caldea Knights and the Stormborder Stargazers, I believe, was what it was called.
Yes. I thought it was rad.
No, it's very cool. I like the extra detail. Obviously, don't think, we'll have an opportunity to swing in and grab the merch. But it looked very cute. They had, a couple of different, visors. Had, a little, faux ears hair tie.
Oh, that's cute.
Stuff like that. Very, very strong branding. And I do kind of agree that, like, obviously, the World Cup is pretty cool. It's bringing a lot of people together in their thoughts, but also baseball culture is pretty strong. And in fact, I think, if I remember correctly, Kawasumi-san and Uda-san talked about going to baseball games together, and I think they said they saw the recent Dodgers game that happened over in Japan. So it's an easy one to reach across the ocean.
Well, while soccer/football is like a worldwide sport, baseball I think, has a very special place between Japan and the U.S. So I think it makes sense.
No, I think it's a pretty alright pick. It is one of those things, like I said, which is like pretty strong between the two. Like it's probably what's the word? I don't necessarily know if like Lasengal or anybody in the FGO team is so strict to be like, oh well, it's an easy pitch. But I also want to say it's probably a pretty easy pitch to do a baseball tie-in for like promo images and merch campaigns. Right, like it's everybody will go, yes, this makes sense. I understand this. I can follow this. And if you log in right now, you'll get that CE.
It's very nice.
That key art as a CE. Yeah. You get extra Master XP, I think. Plus 10 Master XP. I had to check, but I'm in the middle of doing the exact same Pavilion quest that Lucky is. But we did get, of course, our big boy, Big Bonkulus 10-part campaign. Which is more than 10 bullet points. It's funny how this works out.
I'm coughing now.
Excuse you.
Excuse me.
You also have the black lung, the quartz lung.
A little bit.
It happens. I think it's the season, I guess slightly unrelated, but we can draw about the weather a little bit. Is it... Yeah, I believe Washington State is normally wetter, but is it hot and dry right now in this time of year?
Yes, it's been getting hotter and drier throughout for the past years. Let me check the temperature real quick here. Temperature.
Yeah, because that's kind of the same thing. Like I said, I'm reasonably certain to say I am definitely sick with something, but it could just be hay fever because it has been like really hot and dry, which is, I'm sure, baking all of the grasses and plants in our area. It's been a little bit since it's rained.
Well, actually, all things considered, it's not actually that bad. It's 71 degrees with a humidity of 55%. Could be worse. That is to say, though, I will say that I am used to, my temperatures usually being more in the 40s to 50s.
Yeah, that's always the thing, right? Which is like, even if, you're able to look at the temperature and go, oh, well, that's not that bad. It's still like, this is numerous degrees higher than it normally is for me. So that's like, that's a little cooked. Super Ryan, punch this guy.
We're not punching that good. I had no idea what was in the fight, so I just said, all right, sure, let's go with Otto. And now we're here.
Well, we'll see if it works, as I also went Otto, and I also literally just now queued up an NP Brave Chain as Super Ryan. I would joke great minds, but actually it's the same mind, because FGO did this team comp. If it doesn't work out, I'll actually pick. Anyway.
Barghest! Gwaine. Perfect! No notes.
Yeah. But let us begin counting down. So, first of all, 10-part login campaign. Let's see, is this accrued? Cumulative? Yeah, find it in the news article.
Don't call him a couple. Barghest is mine. How dare? I'll fight you, Legendary. Call him a power combi.
They are a powerful combination. stroke my chin. I'm not sure that's really how you say it. That's not a read I get. There are times when you read couples in Servants. That's not the vibe I get. I think it's more that just like
Oh no,
they're both kind of like mutual fans of each other's work.
Yes.
There's all the different missions. We're gonna Control F login. Here we go. Special accrued login bonus. So log in 10 times, counted once per day. Thank you, by the way. I don't know if that was Albert's decision or Kano-san's or what, but thank you for accrued. Thanks for accruing extra bonuses. So you're going to get a lot of things. The first login, you get EXPs, 10 apples. Every login is 3 million QP on its own. So, you can get quite a lot of stuffs. But this will include 10 tickets, like 20 pure prisms, a crystallized lore, rare prisms and mana prisms, 10 teapots, a bond grail, quite a lot of things. So very nice to run through. During this time period, also, I believe until the 14th, we get not double, not triple, quadruple suck chance times 4. So not quite a times 5er. But it is a big old extra chance. And we also get half AP dailies and all are open for this period. So if you have any leveling up to do, you can be sure to get it all in. We also get inventory expansion. So yes, you're getting, I think it's 100, but I will also check the news article that just got posted. Yeah, so your Servant and Craft Essence slots are going from 800 to 900. Your Command Code slots are going from 450 to 500. And the amount you can get from Second Archive is being increased by 20 more slots. So the total capacity, goes up quite a bit.
Yeah.
So that's quite good. We love to see it. Now, our first batch of getting St. Quartz. So, basically, we're improving all of your missions to progress through FGO. So, first off, if you have cleared story nodes, there's a series of missions being added, which will get you like 36 St. Quartz. Keep in mind, this is not live until the 7th. So you got to wait a few days, but there's a batch of 36 St. Quartz and 50 million QP coming if you've caught all the way up to progressing nodes as far as Ordeal Call Prologue.
I don't think I have space for 50 million QP.
You'll have to figure out some way
to
I don't. Expenditure it.
I have enough space for 6.8 million. I gotta spend.
I gotta run out in like 2 days login.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, listen. 4 times suck chance.
It is 4 times suck chance.
They're giving you a later when we talk about GSSRs, the lucky bag summons are coming with like extra QP and also like 100 something.
Oh, who do I want to work on though?
It's a tough decision. You'll have to think. You have plenty of tools is basically it. It's just, do you have the time? But if you clear the Ordeal Call Prologue, you get 10 St. Quartz, and the permanent missions are expanded. So basically, the big new one where you can get up to a 170 St. Quartz is clear the first node of everything up to id. Like, clear, early sections. They're also increasing the clear main story chapters up to id, clear rank up quests, clear advanced quests, clear free quests, and unlock class signs. By the way, that's up to unlock 200 class signs for a whole bunch of new St. Courts as well. So there's a big total. We're also adding a new feature that I did actually say I was curious about when it would actually fire. But it's the recommended support feature. So now the game can, in case it's not super obvious there, recommend supports for people to pick. So if you pick a servant which is listed as the game's recommended support, or your support which is recommended is picked, greatly increases the amount of FP you earn. It's 100 FP.
Oh, okay.
So it's an interesting way to, like, I feel like the idea is to point out servants which are usually better quality, obviously, for missions, but which might also include some that are better for specific fights. I don't know how coded they are. But offer them and incentivize picking of them. Let's see, we already talked about those. So next is rank up quests, officially rank up quests. Part 17. This will begin what is it? The 5th? Yeah, so begins tonight, I think, technically, will be the first set, but rank up quests part 17. Now, of course, Albert didn't reveal any of these at the panel, because you usually don't. We don't talk about them. But let me see if I can find the list of rank up quests.
I got all the grails. I think it's the time.
Yeah, 9th anniversary.
It's time. It's time to grail more Sakuras.
It's a good vibe. It's a good vibe. Yes, Carlos bringing up the thing we talked about earlier, which is the coin refund. Maybe bugged. Thinking you didn't roll 28k of coup coins. I do not know. We'll keep an ear out. I suspect that, especially because the coins are locked to specific servants, this will not be like the goof up that happened the other year with St. Courts. It'll probably be, you'll just sit on them. It's not like you can do too much to hurt. But we'll talk about the app and skill buffs in a second. I'm going to run down the strengthening quests. So, strengthening quests you're looking at first, the ones tonight should be Benny Enma and Saber Giles. Gile. And that will be to the Benny Enma buff will be to her evade. It will now be an arch steroid and a 20 to 30% battery. Pretty normal stuff. And let's see, is it his Triumphal Return? Yeah, it's the buff to his military tactics. So we're fixing military tactics. So Gilderay Saber will get it. It will become Return of the Holy Maiden. That will give your allies with a lawful alignment plus crit damage for 3 turns. It gives allies with overcharge who are good +2, or gives allied NPs who are good alignment +2 overcharge 1 times 3 turns.
Ooh.
And if the ally with the star attribute is on the field, gain 20 crit stars. And also it adds the ability that he gains stars per turn. So, if Jean is on the field, she's all of those things. So you get, big crit stars, you get overcharge buff, which means you get, extra healing out of her NP, and you get an increase of critical damage, which is good because she has a non-damaging NP. But there are other servants who happen to be those things, so I think it's a pretty decent buff to round out for our boy guild arrays here. One of which is funny. That overcharge effect applies to good alignment. Hey, Spacer Rush is chaotic good, so. And trust me, you're going to want that overcharge. It's important.
Yay.
All right, so that's the ones that should be tonight. The next two should be Cleopatra and Asclepius. That'll be to Cleopatra's Golden Rule, I think, is her NP per turn skill. Yeah. It's going to be a 20 to 30% battery, and it's going to increase her buff success rate. She's got an Imperial Privilege. That's all pretty normal. I'm honestly kind of surprised it took him this long. And Asclepius is interesting because it's that was his party charge ability, which just also removed the party's debuffs. But now it gives the party 3 turns of arts up and 3 turns of healing up, and gives himself a one-time 3-turn guts. You know, one of Asclepius' small problem was that he does not, how you say, guts himself with his NP, so he can die. But now he can guts himself with that skill up. And it gives the whole party healing increase. The next should be Iskander. It's going to buff his charisma, and then Summer Nita will buff her NP. Ooh. Day 4 is Vanilla Abby and Billy the Kid. Let's see. Abby's on her Witch Trial? Yeah, okay. So what's the buff of that? Okay. So Witch Trial is her charge down. Gives the enemy -1 NP and gives them 20% attack down for 3 turns. That's a little weak for a skill on a 5-star. So it will now be a flat 20% battery for her, and then also for 1 turn give her a pretty big damage increase against enemies with the Terror debuff. So that will be helpful to improve her damage. And Billy's going to get his Eye of the Mind buffed, so it's going to give him a bunch of stuff, actually. You know, it's an evade, it's going to be the crit damages increase, but also Quick Up, Star Absorb, like 30 stars. So if you're a Billy fan. Let's see. Day 5 will be Ruler Moriarty. He's going to get an NP buff. And Charlotte Corday is getting a buff as well to her damage skill? Yeah. That's right. It's a buff to her skill that used to be random. Now you just pick which buff you want. So you can choose to give her arts up, crit up, or NP damage up for 3 turns each, and also it generates stars. A interesting way to solve the randomness problem. Day 6 will be NP buff for Hokusai and a buff to Red Hair's Pierce Invul skill? Oh, no, okay. So it was an evade, which is a chance to ignore Invincible previously. Now it will just guarantee that he ignores Invincible for 3 turns. That's why I was confused about the icon they showed. I was like, Red Hair has a Pierce Invul skill? It was chance-based, but they fixed it. It also gains a lot of critical stars now and later and increases his Star Absorb. And then the last day is Double Caster, which does include the long-awaited Merlin buff. Everybody was kind of expecting it since he's not, as crazy good as everybody else. But this will increase his illusion skill so that now, finally, Merlin can do a bigger battery. It will charge the party's NP gauge by an additional 10%. It also increases their critical damage for 3 turns and their star generation rate for 3 turns, both by about 50% when maxed out. So we'll help out your Buster teams succeed a little better.
Yay.
And the other buff is to Rhyme. I don't recognize the art skill icon for Rhyme. Yes, because it was shapeshift. Okay. So they finally are also buffing Rhyme's shapeshift. So increases her defense as well, but also gives her extra arts performance and increases the NP gauge of child servants by 20% and increases the NP damage of fairy tale servants by 20% for 3 turns. So just giving her some buff success. She herself counts as both of those, so I believe it should give her those buffs as well for extra steroid, but can also be used for team support effects, which is always nice. So there you go. There's your full list of what the rank ups should be. Additionally, we've already been talking about it, but let's mention it. We got the append skill update as originally shown in FGO's 9th anniversary in JP. But as widely predicted, they just included the fix right away.
Yep.
So if you did not know, if you are not one of those people with clairvoyance, they added 2 new append skills. One of them is just a passive to always increase your critical strength by 20 to 30%. And the other is an ability, which, depending on how many you level it, lets you use it. But basically, activates when you use skills to reduce your skill cooldown by 1, which can be very powerful in certain circumstances. But this means that you would have to spend more coins. So, first of all, first buff they added, which I believe is the temporary one. There's now a feature called Append Skill Exchange. So if you already have Append Skills unlocked, you can swap them with any currently locked Append Skill. So if you're like, oh, well, I would much prefer to have the whatchamacallit, the skill cooldown one activated than the special damage one, because it's only like 20 or 30%, you know, you can do that, and it's free, basically. You've already spent the resources. Keep in mind, you only exchange their levels, so it's not a full effect. You can move them around. Second of all, we got the buff to Bond. So starting at level 7 through 9 and beyond, you get basically twice the coins. A little more for some of the later ones. So for 7 through 9, it goes from 10 per bond level to 20. At level 10, it's 40. Level 11, it's 50. 12 through 15, it's 60.
Omega? It seems we've lost Omega, guys. I don't know how, and I don't know why. Did Zeus say, no, fuck you right now in your stream right now? Maybe. We've lost. If anyone's in Florida, can anyone tell me if it got sawed off or something? In the meantime, though, let's check out the Reshgal trial quest. It looks like you actually, even though you get the support, it does look like her mechanic is actually in effect, which is neat.
It is. I'm back. Sorry, I did get Schlorboat out there.
Okay.
That's another reason why Lucky's running the stream. No, I'm not getting hit by a storm. It's just my... Genuinely? Because I get internet provider through cell towers. I think it might be related to the heat.
I've actually heard of
the poor systems, but
I've heard a couple people talking about their internet going out.
It's tough. It's very stressful with those electronic equipment. But okay, I'm back. Chat, you'll have to let me know, or Lucky can let me know where I got cut off exactly.
I don't recall.
While waiting for that to fill in, yes, I think it works because she's story support.
Yeah.
So you can do the mechanic. If they're friend support, you do not get the whatchamacallit, the gauge. Also seeing it, since now my chat's updating, seeing it. No, I did not look at my room background yet.
I'll check it here in a second.
Yes, okay. App and skills. So, I saw somebody talk about the crit one, so yeah, I mentioned it. It's the crit up and the skill cooldown increase. Talking about the swapping, yes. So, there's a new feature. What was it called? Sorry, I scrolled down in the tab. App and skill exchange. So, you can exchange. If you have an app-end skill already unlocked, you can now exchange that app-end skill status with another app-end skill. This includes both unlocking it and also its level. So, for example, the example I like in the webpage is if you bought the damage up, special damage increase, and want the skill cooldown effect, you can do that. The other example I don't like is swapping the level 3 starting NP effect for the crit up all the time. Don't know if I'd do that. The like, you know, extra and like 10 to 20% starting NP is pretty strong. It is a 20 to 30% crit up all the time though, so maybe you don't need that many levels. The big one that I was in the middle of when I realized I was cut off was that mentioning exactly how much math on the expanded number of coins. So the coin increase has gone up by about 240 based on bond level. So starting at bond level 7 and going up, they have at least doubled, if not more, the amount of coins you get per bond level.
Mm-hmm.
So level 7 through 9, instead of 10 coins, it's 20 coins per level. At level 10, it becomes, instead of 20, 40 coins. Level 11, it goes to 50 coins, and by the time you do bond level 12 through 15, those are now 60 coins per bond level, which is tripled over the 20. So the total amount of coins, servant coins you get out of bond levels goes from 180 to 420. Just please. So that should drastically increase the amount you can earn that way. And basically, if you've already earned those bond levels, you'll get a shitload of coins in your prize box delivery. Just like we were talking about earlier. This may be bugged. We'll see, I guess. Though that may not be the one that's bugged, because the other one is if you spent any number of servant coins to Grail cast, you will get all those coins refunded. And basically, if you've been playing the game when Grail casting has been available, you'll get Grails.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll fill in your backlog of Grails. They will refund coins if you did get Grails. So everybody is kind of like evened out when it comes to Holy Grails and servant coins to spend on them.
Boom, got it.
Yeah. And the interesting thing is, so I think they did a pretty clever thing to this. I heard people mention that when they celebrated their relative anniversaries, Korean and Chinese servers basically did the same thing. They moved up the buffs, and they gave away the 120 Saint Courts that was basically offered in apology for this fix, right? So that was always a question of like, oh, are we going to do that? What's going on there? Yeah, but there's a little bit of work involved. So starting tonight and ending the 4th of August, but yeah, basically for the whole month, what a beautiful smile. But for the whole month, complete mission or complete quests to earn Saint Quartz. Basically, it goes 10 times up to 60 times. You get 20 Saint Quartz per mission. It's a total of 120 Saint Quartz. So you do technically earn the apology Saint Quartz. It is not an apology because for us, they did nothing wrong, but they're still giving you the bonus Saint Quartz. You just have to do some quests. And I'm going to be honest, 60 quests in a month, not that big of a deal. They're adding 14 new rank ups if you can do them all, so that's already like a chunk there.
Like he's just staring at his 94 undone rank ups. Ugh.
Man, there's a lot of Saint Quartz in there.
There is a lot of Saint Quartz in there. Ugh.
No, I get it though. They're tedious. Chad, I have a very old rank up for Caligula that's still not finished because it's 5 pips and not 3 pips.
Let's start working on them now.
I'm mostly caught up on my rank up quests prior to this, but there's that one. Not yet. Scratch my nose. But yeah, so that is the big append skill and coin update. Yay.
Yay.
We are also adding a bunch of old command codes and CEs to the MP and RP exchange. So you can get some extra copies. If you already have them, obviously these are bonus copies. If you don't have these command codes, they're your first copy, but there's a handful of them. The SSR ones are only exchangeable in the Rare Prism shop if you don't have them. It does seem like currently they are intended to be one of a kind, which is a little tricksy. At least, swapping them off of servants is not the worst in the world. But the 3 and 4 stars you can acquire even if you already have them. Additionally, we're adding a bunch of past event craft essences to the list. Sorry, chat. It's really weird, but it might just be the heat is drying me out. But my foot is really itchy for some reason. Hopefully, I haven't been bitten by something. Anyway, the craft essences, which are the 5 stars, are all exchangeable for the usual exchange rate. It's 1,000 mana prisms per, and you can get up to 5, so you can MLB them. These include fun stuff like Cheer for Master, Seaside Luxury, One Summer, Caldea Lifesavers, Merciless One, Chorus from the Karno Kokai event, Gouda-O from the original Gouda event, and Golden Captures the Carp, which is another pretty good CE. And there is no time limit on those exchange. Isn't that nice and cool? So, pretty good one to catch up on. Also, if you didn't have a few of our old school Mystic codes, if you missed them, they're adding a bunch of those as well. Brilliant Summer, Captain Caldea, and Caldea Pathfinder are all added. I believe all 3 of those are Summer? Yeah, Pathfinder was Summer, right? Sorry, Summer Camp, right?
I do not recall.
Chat will let me know. They also added a bunch of missions for Rare Prisms, Mana Prisms, and Friend Points in extra missions. Yeah, there it is. Missions for MP and RP. So, do stuff like level up your servants, clear singularities, etc. You'll get, bundles of Mana Prisms, Rare Prisms, and Friend Points. Good for you to catch up if you have been working on catching up FGO and don't have your huge backlog of stuff. We've got bonus inventory in the MP and Rare Prism shop. You can get 10 tickets from that alone, stuff like that. Extra EXPs, extra Bond Grails and Crystallized Lores as well. So let me see. Let me actually, I mentioned it earlier. Let me actually read their description of recommended support. Okay, so recommended support's available for certain main quests. You can set specific support servant for each quest along with a personalized message. Help out masters taking difficult quests by sharing your powerful servants and giving hints. So once the features in your added right now should be in your formation menu, at the right next to second archive. So you pick which servant you want to use. You can set up to 3 recommended servants, and if your recommended servant is used, you get 100 friend points. It is a preset message to prevent problems. But, you know, you can pick a few guys in a pain, so, you know, keep that in mind. Next, we have a very fun thing. I believe something you've even been talking about this year, Lucky. The pity revamp.
Yes.
We now have unlimited pity. It does not carry over between banners, but you now just have a simple counter. After 330 summons, if you do not have the rate up, you get one. When you do roll the rate up, it does reset the count, but you cannot miss, basically, and it allows you to keep counting again if you want to get, you know, extra pities. So your spending on NP1 and NP2 and so on is pretty solid. I think there's still improvements to be made. Love it if, like we said, talking about like Spark or just carrying over mechanics between banners, but it is still an improvement. Unlimited pity. We also have the GSSR, the Lucky Bag, and the Destiny Order Summon. Yeah, we already broke down what the pavilions were last time, but it's 15 Saint Courts. If you do the pavilion, though, you also get 100 million QP and 100 5-star EXPs. So if you get a brand new servant, you basically have all the tools you need to juice them up. And if you get a high NP level, you probably got the extra juice for some other stuff as well. And then, of course, there is Destiny Order Summon. It requires 30 paid Saint Quartz. You can build your list before you actually buy the Saint Quartz, which is nice.
Sorry, I'm a little flabbergasted. I just did the fucking Space Arrest trial quest, and Eliza was the boss here. Now I'm doing the Kiyohime raid quest, and little Eliza is also a boss here. I'm just all like, why are you everywhere, child?
I know, right? I didn't think about that, but you're right. It's, yeah. That's where I get. I mean, she is the 9-tattooed dragon, I guess?
Also, I think she was a boss in one of the fucking pavilion quests as well. I think so, because the pavilion quests are like shouting out what you call recent events. Her event was only a couple years ago now, I think. Not last October, right? But two Octobers? I don't recall, but still.
I guess, you know, she's a funny pretender you can pick. But yes, there's your information on Destiny Order and Lucky Bag GSSR. I will say also an interesting one. Richard is not in the Lucky Bag because he wasn't in any of the Lucky Bags there, but he is in Destiny Order. Excuse me, sorry. For there for a second. So I think that one's pretty interesting. We also, of course, have the Space Arrest banner. It's running from the 4th until the 14th. And we hit our social media goal for 20 Saint Quartz, but as expected, both Albert and Kano and the entire crowd were like more. So they got buffed to 100 Saint Quartz. Bringing you to quite a large total. Kano-san reminded everybody that the plan is to finish Part 2 next year, so there'll be a lot of stuff about that. Look forward to it. As you do. And we also got a roadmap for the rest of the year. So, mentioning, of course, we already know July 15th, we're getting the Swimsuit Event 2026. They have not spoiled the name or title of that yet, funnily enough. Playing that one a little close to the vest, huh? But we do see in the note, we have the Kazura drop event in late September. I do believe that means that we'll be looking for Audio Call 3 in August. In mid-October, we are getting the Showa Kishin Project Ryoma's Narrow Escape rerun. Which, remind me, is that technically a new rerun?
I believe so. I don't think we had anything at that point.
Yeah, because I don't remember that happening in JP. No, I do not believe we got our our QB inventory expanded. But yeah, so there was a little bit of downtime in October in JP, you know, because of all the craziness of like summer audio call, then you know the limited time event to kind of tie into it at the back end there with the cage game. But yeah, there will be an October Guda Guda revival, which is interesting because I kind of thought of Smash Mystery House Crafters, Star Miner and the Wings of Doom as a Halloween event, but FGO EN is claiming that will be a mid-November event. So that will be Miner, Go, and Tutankhamun and so on. It is also funny, but yeah, the roadmap does spoil it. They do mention that there will be both the mid-December Christmas Eve event and then also the late December Space Phantasmoon Another Christmas.
Surprise.
Yeah. Albert did joke once again about... He didn't joke about ruining anybody's clairvoyance this year. But he did mention several times about clairvoyance in the panel. So yeah, I think it's kind of like they know that they can't really super hide it. Yeah, I believe it did actually happen in November, but it was more of like an early November, I think. I thought it was. I remember they announced it like in October because it seemed like they had a little bit of dead space and it was like, oh, this is kind of like Halloween, but it's late. But yeah, mid-November feels a little late-ski, but it do be happening. Also, actually, I should say, it does remind me. I didn't jot it down in my notes at the time, but they also did bring up that there are some early releases of some new craft essences in the Space Eresh banner. We can get Flames of Ovation, Crown in August, and Welcome to the Expo a little early. They are technically limited time, but they'll come back later. No, those are the limited time ones, sorry. And we'll get the permanent ones that are coming up are King of Tsukimihara Academy and Shinji Tank Attack. Sorry, I read that news article wrong. But that is all of our delicious, nutritious skelograms.
Alright then, with that, it is time for this week's Let's Talk FGO Mailbag, the segment where we read what you have to say and comment accordingly. Checking with the post here.
While Lucky fires up the post, I'm going to run really quick and go refill my bottle of water. I'll be right back.
But we got seven lovely comments, and we'll get through them all, starting from the top with Senbun picking up sand for glass slippers. They say, Dear Lucky Omega, no question for this week. Wish you guys luck on your summer gachas. If I'm going to be honest, so far I'm doing okay. The only really gacha that I've really pulled hard in right now is Nikkei. Their summer event is underway, and their Summer Cinderella did, at least for a while, propel Nikkei to #1 on the App Store. We will see
Nice.
if it can continue on. But let's see. I did 27 10 spins, and I was able to get 5 copies of Summer Cinderella, which honestly, from what I'm understanding, at least in our group, is I think I probably rolled the best. I've seen many people do infinitely worse, and several people have had to actually dig into their saved up mileage to work it. But like I said, I have not done my rolls in FJO yet. We'll be saving that for later in the stream, so please stay tuned. And I don't know if Omega's necessarily rolling any other gotchas for summer particularly.
Not specifically summer. I did fire for the requisite anniversary and girls frontline. I did get Lorelei, but that's where we're at right now.
All right, well, that's how we're going on that front. This next one comes from the Tyrant King, knee deep in the middle of his summon session. Hey guys, no question this week. Have a happy 4th and good luck on y'all's summoning sessions. I'm going to need it. Please send me all your luck. And if not your luck, send me your money.
Both work. If you want to send luck, consider a raised hand emote in the chat now.
Heh. So, but that's all there. So we're gonna move on to the next one. Thank you. This next one comes from Lord of Darkness, who says, no question this week, just wishing everyone luck on their anniversary rolls. My goal is MP7 arrest, strike at 120, and max a Pinter ASAP. Well, good luck with that. If I can get MP2, I'm going to be happy. I do not have the money to be, or the saving, or the sync or save to like, wish for anything other than that. But it doesn't sound like Omega has anything else to add to that, so we're going to move on forward. We're going to go on to Time to Bring Home Swimsuit Wife, who says, Woody. Lucky and Omega, hope y'all are having a good week and beating the heat. Also hope you're not reeling too hard in case something wild happens to, again, show us that EX and Clairvoyance EX is no foolin'. Question. Since we've been doing movie nights every week in the Discord, it got me curious to know what is your favorite movie. If you can't narrow it down to just one, then like a top 3 to 5 works as well. Yes, if you don't know, guys, if you join our Discord community, every Saturday around 4 Pacific Standard Time, we watch a movie together, and Lucky and Omega have commentary over it. Lucky will usually pull up a lot of interesting neat facts about the movie as we're watching again. We comment about it all over the place. Recently, we've watched Terminator, Terminator 2, Predator, The Thing, Aliens. Oh, what's that? We've gone through 6 Star Wars films, Spaceballs.
Yep. Both mummies.
Both mummies. And we have many, many more. The list does not shrink. It only gets bigger.
It's true. I know we talked about Matrix next, but I had another thought, which I'm pretty sure is on the list. Before we do Matrix 1999, do we want to do Mamoto Oshii's Ghost in the Shell?
It might be time, yeah.
It's very influential on the Matrix, and it's a movie I think I've mentioned that I don't think I've actually seen all the way through front to back. I've just caught it like on TV before.
I think I would like to get a few anime films in there.
Yeah, we could run some anime.
Yeah, no. Cause I don't know if like this says, you know, favorite movie. Again, Lucky is horrible about picking, you know, my one true favorite. But an anime movie that I can just put down and watch anytime is Redline. It's so artistic and so over the top, and I love it. I love it dearly.
It's a very strong film, yeah.
The tracks Red Line and Yellow Line just live in my head like constantly.
God, yeah, I remember the jokes in the first couple of years of just like uns 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 uns, because that is how the soundtrack goes.
Let's see here. Like, I'm sorry, I'm actually trying to think of like my favorite movies.
I am also taking a crack. It's tough. I like Lucky also struggle with like narrowing down exact lists. Like even with like shit like top 10s and top 5s, I'm like in no particular order. Here's just what's on my mind, and it's hard. Like I'm trying to think like what are movies that I'm like that's a movie I would always be down to watch. Movies I can always be quoting. And there's a few.
Like if I was gonna say, like, if you were to give me like a particular genre, I might be able to help. Like, if you were just ask me, hey Lucky, what's your favorite Disney movie? Hey Lucky, what's your favorite Disney 3D Pixar movie? And I can just be like Ratatouille. I fucking love Ratatouille. That movie's amazing.
Good choice.
Like,
because like it could be a recency bias, but on the one hand, I'm like, what's a movie I would always want to watch and can always quote? Well, the original Mummy. That's really good. Goodbye, Benny.
No, like rewatching The Mummy, like after all these years, I'm like, oh man, this is great, and I love bringing it up. Like critically, it kind of like panned, but even the critics were like, this movie's like objectively bad, but it's still good somehow. What is this?
It's fun.
It's just a fun movie.
You love a fun little movie.
It is a fun little movie. Like, if we're gonna ask, like, my favorite, like, non-Disney, like, non-anime, film, like, then I'm gonna have to be like, oh, that's Cats Don't Dance and The Iron Giant. Both also amazing fucking movies. Let's see here. Lucky's favorite bad movie, probably Small Soldiers.
It's a very good one. We also did that one recently.
Yeah.
It is kind of a bad movie also, but again, just like really quotable, really like fun and creative, and also just like in a lot of ways way ahead of its time.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I mean, you want to talk about like sci-fi stuff. Like, I think I could sit down and watch like Aliens, like any day of the week. I really like both the original Star Wars, A New Hope, and then also like Rogue One is also crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's a lot of movies that I could run it back, but even picking like a 3 or 5 is tough.
Yeah. Like I really like Fight Club and Shawshank Redemption. If any of those those are on TV, I'd probably sit down and be like, oh shit, I'll watch those.
Trios are also very strong.
But no, unfortunately, I am not much of a cinephile. Like, well, I do pride myself on being able to critically think. I usually don't go to movies and try to grade them and stuff. I just go to a movie to see a damn movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's like, I just want to enjoy.
I think that was actually a conversation we had about something else recently, which was like talking about like, because it was talking about people like when they bow out of a franchise, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, usually I only skip after like 2 bad movies, but like one bad video game will make me decide to drop it. And I'm like, well, I think that's time and money spent kind of a thing. You know, even with movies getting longer, a movie is like, what, 2-3 hours of your time tops? Whereas, like, depending on when the bad part of a game can be, you know, that might be 10 or 20 hours into a 40-hour experience. And we had a separate conversation about, like, people sticking maybe a little too long with something they don't like. But, you know, a movie is a much shorter time investment, and it's really good, and you gain a lot from, like, sitting down to actually watch them through. That's something that a couple of people have said doing our movie nights is, you know, like, being like, oh, this is my first time actually, like, paying attention to this movie. But, like, that sort of, like, casual watching style does make it harder to pick out, like, really strong films.
No, like, I definitely know there's been a lot of movies that I have been, like, emotionally shooketh by. You know, like watching, like Inception and Shutter Island in theaters. Just, oh, those are experience.
Yeah, some real page turners. God, Inception's really good.
Oh yeah, do we have that on the list? We should put that. We need to get the blah.
I don't think we have it on the list. We should put a couple of Nolan's films on there.
Yeah. Who did Shutter Island?
Tenet was not. Well, we can Shutter Island. Did I watch it on a plane once?
Shutter Island isn't, like, amazing, but it is pretty damn good.
It feels like it was a very of its era kind of movie, because that was
Yeah.
when there were a few other kind of, like, I don't want to say horror, like psychological thriller type movies that were out there. Like I said, I think I watched it on a plane, which is a weird place to watch it. Not the best.
Listen, we were just, like, one Gribbly away from being a Delta Green adventure.
That is true. Talking about it being Shutter Island.
Yeah. Oh, is the second Hathaway movie out? I'm gonna have to go watch that.
Oh yeah, that's right. I think it did. I know it came out in theaters. Is it available to the general public? Should also watch that.
No, Hathaway's Flash, the first movie, super good. I loved it. But like I said, like, Lucky doesn't have the greatest memory, and like I said, well, I am pretty good. This is one of the reasons why I had to become, like, really good at critical thinking, because I have to look at something in the moment and make an opinion on it. Because it's very hard for me to recall things about it later. Like, the only, like, movies that I can really say, like, you know, when it comes to movies, like, usually I have, like, you know, those light bulb flash moments of movies that stuck with me. Like, guys, I went and saw the No Game No Life movie in theaters, and that shit made me cry. Me and my friend, we're in our, like, mid to late 20s, are bawling in a fucking theater after that movie, and it's all like, and he was just like, Lucky, I came here to see a fucking funny ass anime movie. I didn't expect to get my fucking soul ripped out, man. And we're like, yeah, and that's just one of those moments that live with me for forever. But I wouldn't necessarily call, like, the No Game No Life movie, like, necessarily, like, some sort of masterpiece of cinematography and media. It's just a good emotional movie.
It just touched you in a way. It wasn't necessarily, like, your favorite.
Also, I will say, Lucky, like, crying at a drop of a hat ain't anything new. Lucky cried at the fucking first Pokemon movie, y'all. I was back as a kid, but I did. I cried.
It's a pretty solid one. I believe that also emotionally moved me.
Mm-hmm. But let's see. So, unfortunately, like, this is me just going along about ways saying, like, I don't know what my favorite movie is. I can tell you about a lot of movies I like. I can tell you about a lot of movies I sit down and watch. I can't tell you which one is my favorite. Maybe someday in the future we'll be watching a movie in our Discord and I'll go, this is my most favorite movie ever.
Maybe.
Maybe. Alright, doesn't sound like Omega has anything, Oh, like I said, no. Lucky, like, right now, my tear ducts are broken. I can go to put on the Blue Archive 4th PV, the one with, Ri. 'Haru, and I will cry every single fucking time it plays. There's something I like to do. I like to call it a fourth BV check, where I just play it, see if I cry, and I'm just like, yep, still cry. But enough on that. Let's actually move forward here. Thank you very much for this. This next one, I switched my this and my that. How? Anyway, this next one comes from Monster Girl Aficionado, who says, "Dear Lucky Omega, no question this week, just sending good vibes, wah 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 wah, and wishing you well. Keep up the great work. P.S. Do your PvP ladder." No. Moving on. This next one comes from Agent 418, who says, "Hello, Lucky Omega. Have a good 4th of July, and for the non-Americans, hope you have a good weekend, y'all." Yes, I hope everyone is enjoying the 4th of July weekend here in the States. Like I said, a lot's going on. We got the World Cup. We got, concerts. We got conventions. And everyone's setting off fireworks everywhere to the detriment of my sleep schedule and the dogs.
Yep.
Ugh.
I can hear a few outside on my end. That's probably not making it to Discord, but they're there.
Yeah. Oh, also, P.S. I pray for the health of the singular mod in the official FGO Discord. They only got one? Oh, no.
Yeah, I hopefully they've recruited maybe a couple more, but I don't know what their cap was.
So, moving on. This next one comes from Dave, scared of the FGO Discord. Sounds about right. But they say, "Hey, gents, I got to witness the beast of humanity that is the FGO Discord. Wowee, I did not expect so much racism." Well, anyways, I thought I'd share that someone asked the Discord AI who the most goonable pseudo-vid in FGO is, and apparently it's Gilgamesh. All hail the King of Heroes. Yes, I have heard some rumors and some hearsay to this effect. I'm just going to give it a big shrug and look at the pictures of my wives here.
It's wild.
Alright, but that is it for this week's Let's Talk FGO mailbag. Thank you very much, everyone who sent in comments. We do this every week on the show. The post in our YouTube community usually goes up the day that, the Friday, that week, and the deadline lasts until we record the show. So I hope to see more of you guys next week.
Alrighty. Let me shift my position. Let me lock back in. Activate gamer lean.
I'm trying not to gamer lean, actually.
It's fair. Because with the endus of mailbagus, okay, you can dogline anything by just adding the right syllables. That takes us to the section named Kalea Free Talk, which this week we'll be talking about new servant deets. I do want to say before then, I will mea culpa a little. It's the start of a new month. I even have a note for it. Should do a fan servant Friday, but like I said, I have been sick and focused on trying to make sure the Wanted Aresh got out, which it did. Thank you for watching. We added some extra spice in there. I did, in fact, include a video clip of "I'm afraid it's been 9 years." But it was not prepared. I'm sorry, but I am limited by my frail physical flesh for now. So we will catch up to that next week, along with, as I mentioned, a pregame for some air, since that's pretty close. If we're on schedule, next recording should be the evening of the... What's up, calendar? 10th. So several days before it goes live. But as I said, free talk, new servant deets. And we do actually have 3 of these. Because there are 3 new servants. Kind of, sort of. as we say, yes, but actually. And that is, first of all, Aeschylus, mentioned earlier. He's the son of Acheron, the river god, and a nymph known for hanging out in Hades' garden. The basic, story he's most known for is when Persephone is abducted, he reveals she ate a pomegranate, which is why she must either stay 4 or 6 months in the underworld. Fun fact I learned from double-checking all this is that, yes, there were actually some different variations on the myth. It's either 1/2 of the year or 1/3. Kind of explaining where the seasons go. I do believe, by their counting, the ancient Greeks had 3 seasons, which makes sense. They are a Mediterranean culture. But yeah, after that gets dropped, like I mentioned before, Demeter hucks a rock at him. He gets buried under the rock. Later, when Herc is in the underworld, he removes the rock, but Demeter turns him into an eagle owl instead. FGO seems to be going for a butler-type character. An archetype that we've played around with like, Bedivere's costume. But yeah, our first official butler-type guy. But his final ascension does appear to be locked for now, so keep an eye out. Anyway, deck is QQ higher attack than HP slant, it seems. Good hits, but bad NP gain. He's 0.25 for a 4/4/5, so do keep that in mind. But his NP is an AoE Arts. And it deals damage to enemies, and then it has a 100% chance to inflict instant kill, which basically, if you don't know, the way that works is because it's calculated based on the enemy's death rate. But basically, if they're a bronze enemy, they'll definitely be killed always.
Mm-hmm.
And then it does it again if you're on Hell battlefield. So he double instant kills. This is after damage is dealt, by the way. It's important to note for NPs like this Arts one, where you want to loop. And then the overcharge effect is deals bonus damage to enemies who have the instant kill resistant down status. So, very stonks, very stronks. First skill is a 2 hits, 3 turns evade. Gains 10 to 20 critical stars. Hits all enemies with a terror debuff for 3 turns. That's a 30 to 40% chance that it'll activate the stun. It also reduces all enemies' instant kill resistance by 50 to 100% for 3 turns. Are you sensing the theme yet, chat? It's a lot of juice.
It's a lot of juice.
But also, it gives you 20 to 30%. Sorry, it gives enemies 20 to 30% crit chance down for those 3 turns. And is also 20 to 30% battery on himself. Second skill is a party-wide, just normal 10 to 20% arts up for 3 turns, is a 10 to 20% battery for the whole party. So he himself has 50, but it's, 20 for the whole squad. And reduces all enemies' NP gauge by 1, which is a really fun one. I'll keep talking as Lucky activates the funny number on the credit card blocker.
Yep.
But third skill is the pomegranate itself. So this is a targeted buff. Gives a targeted ally a 3 times 3 turns guts for 1 HP. 100% buff removal resist for 3 turns. Just straight up. 20 to 30% attack up and 10 to 20% NP damage up for 3 turns. And is also a 30 to 50% battery. But will kill them in 3 turns. You will die 3 turns from now. This is a delayed debuff that activates instant kill after 3 turns. This is a unremovable demerit. It doesn't seem like it can be blocked because it's got like a 500% chance, and the instant kill effect ignores guts. So you will perish.
Death.
Passives are magic resistance A, item creation A for debuff extra, some sort of territory creation A. So it's got a plus 10% arts up built into it, and also a 200 damage cut, and some kind of divinity for a little bit of damage plus and a 30% flat instant kill success at all times. But both of those have their names obscured for now, so we'll see what exactly is going on there later. But yeah, people are kind of calling him the Arts Oberon.
Okay.
I don't think he's quite as cranked as Oberon, because the reason why Oberon is so super crazy is his special buff is NP damage boost. Asclepius has just regular NP damage up, but it's still a pretty strong kit. And I will say that it does give you more flexibility, because it is, you get 3 turns of life instead of going to like eternal sleep the turn after. And obviously, you know, depending on your team comp, having your unit actually die instead of being just perma-stunned can be more useful. So I think it might be a similar niche. It's not quite the same effect, but also, I mean, obviously with the huge popularity of units like Castoria and so on, Arts probably didn't need as much help as a Buster Focus. So he should still be pretty effective at, you know, bringing stuff out. And obviously also has utility as a farmer, because, holy shit, he has a lot of instant kill. Like, he checks instant kill, like, possibly twice, depending on the Hell battlefield, which is a trait I believe you can set up with units like Dante. You can actually, you know, prep that. Yeah, you can 3-turn with a rash if you set it up right. Because he will guts. And that 3-time guts can be pretty strong, but it's an interesting one. I guess we'll see, you know, what people end up doing with the teams. Because he's, like I said, absolutely gonna kill mobs with that instant death effect. You know, he's got passive 30% instant kill up, and it's an 100% rate, so most bronze enemies will die. If you can set it up, it'll be even more so. But let's also talk about the 2 Greys. You've got Saber and Lancer, and as I mentioned before, they are actually separate servants. So, they have similar kits, but do a few things that are distinct. And they do have slightly different decks and stat spread. The Saber is QAABB, pretty normal deck for Sabers. Higher attack, lower HP type spread for a 4-star. Average hit counts, lower NP gain. And her NP, as I mentioned earlier, is AoE Buster. But it removes defensive buffs first. So it's, you know, an AoE Buster that removes defensive buffs. And it gives a flat 10% NP recharge, as most Excalibur and Rongo Miniad accessories do. The overcharge is bonus damage versus undead. So obviously scaling up with your overcharge levels. First skill is a 20 to 30% Buster and Quick Up for 3 turns, and a 2 times 3 turns debuff immune. Second skill is 10 to 20% NP damage up and 20 to 30% attack up, and Quick Up on self for 3. Yeah, right, actually, is that Quick Up? Is that a double Quick Up? Or did I jot that down wrong? Sorry, I gotta double check myself. I did write these earlier today. And I do believe these are based on, like, data we've got, because you're not actually able to select until a couple more days. But let me double check. Second skill. Sorry, I wrote quick down in my notes. That's critical damage, 20% critical damage. Which is related to quick, but not the same thing.
Quick adjacent.
Yes. Final skill is a 20% battery on self, gives you 10% NP gauge for 3 turns as well, and gains 5 to 10 critical stars per turn. Passives are mag resistance A, independent action A+, for also extra critical damage, and writing B, as well as unique passive to gain 3% NP per turn, and increases NP generation of Buster cards by 10% passively, which is another pretty interesting one. Now, the Lancer version is QQ, bubba. So 2 quicks, 2 busters. Also a pretty classic old school Lancer kit. Her hit counts are lower except for quick, which is 5, but has higher NP gain as a result. So Grey Lily Lancer is like 0.7. Making those cards count. And she's weighted more higher on HP than attack for her stat spread or her class spread. And as I mentioned earlier, also, her NP is single target buster. It still removes defensive buffs first, and it still does 10% NP damage, or 10% NP recovery. The overcharge effect is NP damage up 3 free for first. Sorry, I really fucked that up. Let me try that again. The overcharge effect on her NP is NP damage up first for 3 turns. So, doesn't have the built-in trait damage, but does boost effectiveness against single targets. And like I said, it does still do the defensive buff strip, which can be very useful. Now, for skills. Skill 1 is basically the same. That's the 20 to 30% buster and quick up for 3 turns, but instead of debuff immune, it's a 2 hits, 3 turns invul. Second skill for Lancer is different. It's a only 10 to 20% NP damage up and attack up for 3 turns, so slightly lower percentages, but is a flat 20% damage up versus basically servants and undead. I believe it's phrased as against spiritual body enemies. But that includes those who are undead or servants, because servants are ghostliners. And then third skill is basically the same, but instead of crit stars per turn, it's a 1k to 2k heal per turn. So again, that's 30% battery now, 10% battery per turn. Lancer has no riding and has lower magic resistance. It's only C, but has the same A+ independent action and the same 3% buff. But her NP gain buff passive is 10% on quick cards, which is interesting because quick already does generate NP. So yeah, the end result is neither Gray seems super impressive. You know, not any crazy cranked numbers for a 4-star. But I have heard some people talking about it. I don't think they're codependent. Like, funnily enough, they don't actually really synergize. Other than they kind of sort of both have bonus damage versus undeads. But the odds that you're going to find an undead enemy who is weak to both a Lancer and a Saber, and you're not just going to, like... They're not just a Berserker and anybody will do, you know? Don't know how high those are. So... you know, have to develop accordingly. So if you've rushed just through FGO's story to get to this point, or like, you know, you've cleaned up and you're kind of lacking in a role, Saber Gray can be a farmer. She's gains extra NP. She has a, you know, broad AoE NP for blowing up enemies. That NP has a trait damage built in, and her offensive buffs are and attack stat is slightly better tuned to, you know, deal more damage to enemies. Lancer can fill the role as a boss killer, though, obviously, because she's got that defensive buff strip first, which is, you know, really good on a single target boss killing NP. And I think the idea is that so her bonus damage is broader because it includes servants, which is pretty common for bosses, and she has the invul and healing for better longevity. but it's still kind of weird way to do a pair of welfare kits, right?
Yeah.
Like, especially because it requires before the aftertime cleared, so it's like you should be decently caught up on story. You probably have a boss killing lancer and a farming saber. They are, as welfare is probably presumably going to be free NP5s, so like that's cool. I like the idea behind kind of what they got going on. Lancer's NP is named Rungo Miniad Mythos, and Saber is Excalibur Logos. So, you know, kind of doing some fun stuff there. But I also am, you know, like I said, a little unsure, you know, what exactly, you know, I don't want to be like, I don't get what the point is, because it's not necessarily about the point, but I'm like, this seems like an odd gimmick. It seems like an odd pick. You know, like, did we, in the writing room, did we have the idea for you know, Grey Lily and then couldn't decide what her class was, so somebody said, fuck it, we'll do both? I don't know. It's an interesting one. But that does bring us to the end of Caldeus Fritacius at just under 2 hours.
Alright, well, let me finish clearing out this, and we can maybe do some summoning real quick before we actually move on into what's up. It's about...
Kind of glad I don't have a crazy list of what's up topics to talk about.
Yeah. Alright, so let's get into it. As you saw earlier, I went and picked up made sure I got my paid court so we can roll, and let's do guaranteed first, and then Destiny, and then we'll go all in on Aresh. So, yes, we'll go through each of the ones real quick just to do a little bit. Yeah. See,
I'll join in GSSRing in just a second. I'm in the middle of a free quest because I didn't get all my id free quests cleared, and that's remember that went up, chat.
So let's see here. Yeah, this is the Naraka Mandala Pavilion. Like I said, it would be nice to get more copies of Ibuki Doji, but I don't want to risk it.
Some of these are very risky, yeah.
Like this one, this is a good banner. Generally, good banner. You got Castoria, you have Castoria, you have Oberon, 2 bitch and supports, you have Melusine, and you have Morgan, 2 great, damage dealers. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I already had all of these, probably would. Like, God, I think I have MP1 Oberon, MP2 Castoria, MP1 Melusine, and, like, MP3 Morgan? MP4 Morgan? It's like, I have a lot of...
Just read the chat message. Doman's waiting for you to slip up. Yeah, no.
Just what I'm...
That's why I'm not going to roll in that one.
Nope. Now, this one, like, if it wasn't for, like, other factors, I might roll on this one, because out of all these 4, I only have Charlie. But I really don't want this, this fuckboy over here. I really don't. He's not Old Man Moriarty, and Old Man Moriarty is definitely the cooler Moriarty. And the only reason I would want these 2, I like how they put them together in the background. I'm like, yes, perfect, you understand the assignment. They're clearly holding hands.
They know what they're doing.
But I would want them both. Just getting one ain't gonna do it for me. It'd make me upset. So if I only
wish to be a clown.
Yes. Also, this would also be another good banner. I don't have a Tez. My Cuckoo's only MP1. The problem is I have MP 5 Koyanskaya. That's a lot. And I know a lot of people will be like, oh, but Lucky, you can like go for like, you know, additionally the app pins. I'm like, the app pins aren't that important. They're really not.
I mean, also, I think if you're already NP5, if you go out of the way to bond 15, I think you have all the coins you need?
I don't know if I'll have all the coins I need,
Now?
but we'll see.
With the buff? I'm not sure, chat. Check me on the map.
There's some math, but like I said, it's like it's not worth it. This one, like I said, I'm kind of half and half here, like, cause I don't have the count, and I do have a Saber Medusa, but I could always use more Durga. Breedamart is nice, but I have no particular, you know, strong feelings of her one way there. I just think she's a cute. But unfortunately, cuteness is not a reason to roll on your freaking guaranteed.
Yeah. That's another one that's tough for me, because it's basically the same spread. Like, I have NP2 Saber Medusa already and NP1 Breedamart. I do not have the count, and he fucking kicked my ass. And I wouldn't mind a Durga, but it's like, oh boy, do I really want an NP2 Breedamart or an NP3 Saber Medusa, you know?
Mm-hmm. Here we got our foreigners, entities of the round. Van Gogh, Jacques de Molay, and 1G. And I have MP1 of all of them, and frankly, that's okay. That's okay. We got Bakken, Miss Crane, and Zuyanjo. Took me a second. Like, I would like this girl figure of an assassin, but I'm not gonna risk it. I'm really not gonna risk it. It's gonna kill me. She's going into Destiny. She's going into Destiny Order summon. I love the Friendship Bazillion. Basically has combo servants. Again, normally this one probably wouldn't be bad, because like I said, we have we have these twins. Well, they're not twins actually. We have these friends over here who just came out. We got these sisters here, and we got, you know, these two over here. But unfortunately, none of them particularly move me in any particular way. The New Year's pavilions. Yes, I don't have a Takeru. I don't, and that does bug me slightly. But I have everyone else. I have NP6 of Koyanskaya of Dark. Like, I'm set. I am literally set.
That's another one that's like, that you literally do not need that for coins. You're good. After this update, you're good for app ends. You just got to get her bond up.
Just got to get the bond up, which is going to happen. It's going to take some time. It's going to happen. So I don't want to risk it. It's all about risk mitigation. This Valentine's ones is interesting. I don't have actually any of these. I have none of these. But at the same time, I also have no strong feelings on them either.
Yeah, kind of the same. I realize now that you said that, I'm like, oh yeah, I don't actually have any of these either, but it's like, I like the way you phrase it. Am I moved? And I'm kind of like, no.
No. Like I said, we have Summer Pavilion 1, and while I could always use more copies of Summer Kama, she is above MP1. I think she's like MP2 or 3 right now. I cannot remember. But it's good, and I do not need, like, 1 copies of Summer Kiara and Summer Abby are good. See, now this is, like, my first actual fucking struggle, because I want a Lady Avalon. I do. I really need one. I need, like, her to fill out more of my art support role. But I already have a Summer Scotty, and I'm rocking an MP5 Summer Ibuki already. My MP5 Summer Ibuki is almost like Bond 15. That's how much I'm rocking her. Getting that MP6 would be useful.
That's a very...
Yeah.
Very, very limited utility.
No, so... Like... I do not, like... I like my Summer Scotty. I'm working on her in my, like, quick support teams, but I don't really need more MP of her, so I really do not want to risk the, you know, the 1 in 3 to bungle that. Oh, sorry. Honestly, my main one that I'm probably gonna roll on this one. Probably. Like, because I have an MP2 ruler, Melusine, but she's a very good arts offensive ruler, which makes her very strong in that niche. And like I said, she's a cute, so, you know, it's all win. And I only have MP1s of both Summer Castoria and, you know, Summer Morgan. I'm going to call her Summer Morgan. I'm not afraid. So I have a 2 out of 3 chances of getting something that I want. And even if I get the miss, that's still something that I can work with. So that's my, like, reasoning on that one. Like I said, I have all these servants, and I don't particularly feel the need to get higher MP levels. This is another hard one, because, like I said, I only have 1 out of these 4. But, like, only, like, 2 of the ones that I don't have particularly move me. I would love to get a freaking, a Kenshin or a Shingen. Don't really feel much about Takasuki. Like, I'm gonna be real, I just don't feel anything for him. He's a weird dude, and he kind of makes me laugh, but nah, I can take him or leave him.
He is a guy.
He is a guy. For this one here, I have 3 out of 4. My Ptolemy is MP2, surprisingly. I don't know how that matching. And my Tiamat has some level of MP, because I know me. I wouldn't stop at, like, just MP1 for her. And I do have an MP1 arc. That means the only one that I do not have is Super Bunny in there. And I'm going to be real, I'm not that jazzed to roll for her. I'm just going to be real.
Yeah, most people aren't. It's unfortunate, but because, you know, the idea of combining everybody into Super Bunyan so that, you know, you could get the characters who maybe you know, we might have might take some heat from certain estates of recent historical figures, kind of a thing. Like, cool concept, but Super Bunyan's event wasn't that crazy strong.
Yeah. And like I said, I actually rolled multiple copies of Ushi Goes in there, and miraculously, somehow, I'm still not sure how this happened, I got me a copy of Toko and Alice without, you know, not Toko, Aoko, and Alice without, like, losing my fucking mind. So, I'm just gonna be like, call it good there. So, yeah, at the end of the day, I definitely think this is gonna be Summer Pavilion 3. So, let's do it. What do we get?
That is also what I'm selecting after my deliberation. Castoria Berserker would be brand new, and I'm only NP1 on Summer Morgan / Ash and Melusine, so I will also do it.
Oh, from the top. Fucking sick. MP2 Castoria Victoria. My fucking art teams is gonna slap. Well, let's see what else shows
juicing.
up. I am juicing.
I believe, is it a 4-star servant also guaranteed? Or is it just a chance from the pool?
I believe a 4-star is also guaranteed. We got a Jufu.
Oh. I got an NP2 Summer Chloe?
Oh, let's see here. I think here comes the 4-star. It's a Lancer. Oh, it's the Dawn. That's MP2 Dawn. Let's go.
The Dawn. We love to see him. Also, hey, chat. Never punished. That's a Summer Caster Oratorio.
Yeah.
That's going to get my 100 EXPs.
All right. Well, now that we got the 3 and the 4 and the 5-star, we'll just activate. We'll just keep going. All right. Cool. All right. Presents will be sent to the box. All right. So mission accomplished. I got exactly what I wanted there.
Nice. Also, good that they sent the QP to your box.
Yes. All
It
right.
could have been problematic otherwise.
All right, so let's set this up. All right, let's see here.
Also, I will say, shout out to them. Albert brought this up on the panel as well, and I already did look at it. But you don't have to spend your quartz until you've assembled the roll, so you can take your time looking at the list and building it.
Yes. All right, so let's see here. As you can see at the bottom here, I have MP5 MP5 Altera and Arturia, so we're good there. And MP5 Mordred. Jesus me, I forgot about MP5 Mordred. I have an MP2 Charlie? Wow, crazy. And an MP2 Ibuki. Don't have a Stolfo, though. Or Sigurd. Or Arthur. Or Richard. Yeah. But I don't know if their kits are anything particularly that I want or need. And I have been thinking about it's about time that I put more effort into regular ass Ibuki. Because I have not, so we're going to go with that. For Archer... See, I do have MP2 Durga, but I don't have a Moriarty. But I really would like more Durga. Don't have a Tesla somehow. And that. When in doubt, cuteness wins. Now for Lancer. That's right. I said I'm going to go for Vitra because I have not rolled a Vitra yet somehow. So we're going to try and get that dragon. With Ryder, I'm really not sure. Haven't summoned Ivan. Haven't summoned Iskander. Same with Odysseus. And no Andromeda, no Shingen, no Bakken, no Constantinople.
It was fun to look over this list and you know, perceive.
Yeah, no, I'm perceiving. I got MP3 Taigon 1, though. Go me. And MP5...
I always forget that fucker's permanent, but he is permanent.
And I do got an MP5 Drake. Crazy. Oh, my Aussie's only MP3, but that's still an MP3 Aussie. Fucking random. I like pushing my arts meta. Nemo is a single target arts, if I remember correctly. And I do like Nemo.
So?
Yeah, you know, we're just going to go with Nemo. For our caster, we're going to go with Summer Morgan. Normally, I like to go for Kama as she's only MP2. I would like to get that up, but she is MP2, which is fine. It's workable. I do want this girl failure, though. She gives me joy in various ways.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I just got MP2 Summer Castoria, which is great, which is perfect. Exactly what I needed. I am not a part of the Buster meta comp, so Arjuna Alter isn't big there. The Demonic Vice Commander is cool, but also not crazy, and I do not go Goo Goo Gaga over Ku Alter like some people do. Yeah, I see you there, MP5 Vlad. It's like, Morgan's MP5. Wow, my Galatea is MP2? That must have happened somewhat recently.
Well, she is also permanent.
Yeah.
The game eventually had to stop giving you Vlads, right?
Eventually. Otherwise, I would just have a lot more USOs. No, we'll keep going. If I can get an MP3 Berserker Castoria, that's only winning. Okay. So we'll pull up extra here. Let's see here. This is the Avengers, Rulers, and the Moon Cancer. Oh no, we got two Moon Cancers in here. There's a Summer BB. Who do I want?
Lucky, I think you accidentally cursed me. I did my Destiny order.
Yeah.
Bought the sync courts while we were discussing it. Got Durga. That was great. Went back to rolling for Space Arash. I spent a few earlier in mailbag and didn't get anything, so I decided I'd get back to it. Just got a Galatea with Rainbow Spark, so that's not great. Luckily, that doesn't, as we said, that does not reset the Piteous counter.
No, so I'm trying to think who I want here.
Is that MP2 for me on Galatea? I think it is. Yeah, extra one also, I should say, is like fucking huge.
Shout out to my MP5 John down there. Does not die.
Chillin'.
Like, I kind of want to get Marie Antoinette older, but I just rolled her for love. Like, if I don't use her in actual combat, that's okay. I'll probably stick her so she can bomb farm somewhere and not worry about it. Who would I want that could actually do me some use here? Should I go for a second space Ishtar, just in case I do get, like, MP2 space or Rescagal? So they can match? I don't know. Yeah, I got an MP2 Ruler Melusine, which is usually good enough. Oh, what not? You know, we'll think about that later. Let's go to extra 2 real quick here. Let's see what's in there. Yeah, both my Draco and my Tiamat are MP3. That's pretty damn good. But there is Lady Avalon here. I don't have her. You know, actually, I would rather have Lady Avalon. Okay, so we're gonna leave. We're just gonna slap her in there. All right. Now I gotta decide. Whomst do I want? Let's not worry about permanence. Let's pick limiteds or story, because stories don't show up on regular banners. You have to roll story for that. So that does leave the Marie Antoinette altar and the thing. I have heard that Arc is pretty damn good, though. But I do have her. Oh, this is rough. I don't like this.
Now, as usual, the just 2 extra class slots with them being groups is hard.
I should have picked Sherlock because he's our support, but if I get a Sherlock, I'm also gonna... If I get Sherlock, I feel like I'm gonna be disappointed. At MP2, Arc is one of the better booster loopers. That's probably true. And she is only MP1. And I have used Arc a few times, so, you know, yeah, you're right. We'll go with Arc. Alright, cool.
She's a pretty strong Moon Cancer.
So, okay, we have assembled the team. Let's see what we get. Rolling! Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? That's gonna be a CE. Reality Marble. That's not it.
Nope.
Oh, some sort of servant-like creatures appearing. It's a Lancer. Diarmid, actually, how do you pronounce that? Diarmid, I don't know.
Diarmid Dubny?
I don't know. That guy, he jobs!
R.I.P. him.
Yeah. If you mean RMP and rest in pieces, then yes.
That did happen, yeah.
Are we gonna leave this for the end?
That'd be very funny.
Oh, wait. We had a pause? Nope, it's a CE. Unfortunately, I am still one of those people that any time that the game stutters for even a second, like that, I'm just like, ooh! Oh, but it is a servant.
Yeah, I remember the old lag spike trick. It is a servant, okay.
Oh, it's a lancer. Again! Who's it going to be? Okay, I need to stop with these Celtic Lancers, please. I do not want your spear. Oh, there it is. There's the rainbow sparks. Jesus, what is it? What do we got? Oh, it's a rider. That means it's Nemo. MP2. Honestly, this is good. I need to work on my... I need to, like... I don't have, like, good, strong, rider comps. It's one of the problems I have is I'm never, ever actually thinking about my rider situation. It's a Kyo. Kyo-yo. Like I said, I'm a little sad that I didn't get Lady Avalon. I've been trying to get her for a while. Like I said, I didn't want to risk it on the GSSR, but it is what it is. And like I said, I'm not unhappy.
Yeah, like Destiny Order's really cool, but you do have to fill all the slots, so it's still a shotgun approach.
All right. So, it is time. We're gonna... Well, actually, no. We're gonna start with tickets. We're gonna start with tickets. I got 24 of them. Let's go. No preamble. Just go. Oh, should I?
Yeah.
Actually, hang on. I need to double check something here real quick. One second. Did I keep the... Yes, I did. Okay, so yes. I am going to activate the record function because I did save my record of me rolling Draco for the first time. And I would like to, if I got it, because they have... It's also a unique one. So hang on, I'm going to hit the video recorder on this. Start recording. Okay, cool. Alright, let's go. Elixir of Love. Which is not it. I don't need no elixir. Oh, phantasmal. But nay. Come on, take a look. Guys, is the stream image, is the stream freaking out for you guys? The preview's freaking out for me.
Yeah, the preview glitched out for a second there. That's very freaky.
It may be because I'm trying to use recording software on top of recording software. Alright, let's try stopping that real quick. And see if that fixes it. Hang on.
Is it a little cursed?
Yes, that definitely fixed it. Okay.
Yes, Chad, as I'm doing cleanup, that to answer my earlier question to myself, yes, that was NP2 Galatea.
Well, see, that's the problem. If I do the stream, if I try to clip the stream later, it's gonna have our audio and the chat in it, which is the problem.
Yeah, well, it won't be a perfect video capture of the summon.
And unfortunately, I won't be able to catch it in time if we suddenly see it happening. There's no indicator of it. Well, chat, what do you guys think? Are you okay with the stream super glitching out if I try to capture it, or do you want to maintain the integrity of the stream for it? It seems like it's just a visual glitch, but I don't know if the audio is fucking up as well. I'm not necessarily listening to ourselves when we do this.
Nope. And now if you can record an OBS, but if you do, it'll be the exact same view that you see on stream.
Yeah. All right, people are saying integrity, integrity. Okay. Let's see here. So we'll not do that. Instead, let's see here. I could always hide the chat. That's easy enough.
Okay, it was just a visual glitch, trying to say.
Yeah. I could always mute me and Omega, but then you wouldn't actually be getting our commentary. You'd just be seeing us roll. I don't know if you want that. No, I don't know. If it happens, I just won't say anything. And if Omega says anything, I'll destroy him later. If we see the thing happening. So yeah, so we'll just hit the record button. And we'll just go as normal here. Chat's hidden, but I'm still looking at you guys. Don't worry. But here we go. We're going to keep summoning. Who's it going to be?
We're so
On you. If I remember correctly, like the effect like takes place like immediately, so I guess just I'll hit summon and then I'll be quiet after that. And we'll see. So now? We have a small pause, so we'll keep trying.
I muted myself in Discord for a second because I was like, hold on, I feel it. Snort coming. A sniffle.
Another ability to kid, Jesus.
And then I was getting buffed.
Jeweled Sword Zeltrich. Another yellow turban, Jesus. I think that's the third one I've gotten. Cleaner. Let's go, let's go. Yay! Oh, I finally got the 3-star fucking... the 3-star CE. Jesus, okay. It's cute, though. So it's okay. Another 3-star event CE. Boudica, my beloved. Ooh, we got the X2. Asana Serenity. Alright, so we do got some more tickets left, but I always like rolling in the 10s. I like getting my full 11 on there. So we'll save the tickets. We're going to go to the 10 spins. I got 830 quartz. That's like what? A lot. It's a lot of rolls. But we will see where it goes. And button. Oh, got the 4-star. Yeah. Cuties. I'm pretty sure that if I don't get her in like this 800, I can probably afford enough for another 80 pack, or I can actually knuckle down and grind some SQ out to get her. But I'm really hoping it doesn't come to that. This wasn't skip gang, so we get another deer bud. Oh! Fucking cute. It was almost perfect, but I did gasp like right at the beginning when I did, and I was like, shit. But it should be fine. It should be fine. A little gasp is nothing.
Still pretty close.
Yeah. Anyway, well, we still got, was it 900 for pity? I think it is. All right, because I would like an MP2.
Yeah, like that much sim course, I think.
I'm sorry, what was that, Omega?
I said it should be that much St. Quartz, I think.
All right.
It's 330 summons.
330 summons, so that's 990, so almost 1,000. Okay.
Gang, unfortunately, we have expended all of my full 10 spins and not gotten a Resh in about 600-ish St. Quartz, but we have not yet expended all of the quartz available in this event, so we're not out of the game.
All right,
I
so
decided to quietly level my servants while Lucky was doing some rolling.
Sorry, hang on. I'm doing some math here real quick. So the penny counter starts again as soon as I roll a Resh, right?
Yes.
So I should have 3 rolls after that, which means I'm going to need another 327. Oh, it is. It's because 900 because of the 10 spins.
That's right.
I forgot about that. It's 11
Increases to
pools.
11. Yeah, it's per summon.
Okay.
Chat, remind me also, do tickets count against the pity counter? Are they count as one summon? Or is it sequence summons only?
No, but let me see here. Yeah, but you guys are right. I forgot about the free 10 pool there. So I have 770 right now. So
Okay, tickets do count. Well, yeah, but he should have just reset to 0 from the Aresh just now. So, because it still resets when you roll the rate up 5-star. Pity is number of rolls you haven't gotten the 5-star.
okay. So if I work really hard on doing that and buy one more pack, I'll be able to get a pity for Space Aresh, which wouldn't be the worst. Like I said, I already spot one pack for this, and doing it in 2 packs is generally the goal I try to set for myself. But let's keep going. Like I said, maybe I'll get super fucking lucky. Not like that.
By the way, gang, that's because without even dipping into the extra EXPs they gave me, just, all the shit, it's Smile Protected
Shifu.
on Summer Castoria and Durga already.
Oh, who we getting now? Please don't be Artoria or Mordred. Please do not. Okay, fine, sure. You know what? Okay. I have like MP30 of him, but
Oh, actually, I should relate my other roll stuff. I was quiet about it because I was surly, obviously. But yeah, I got 2 Berserker Spooks in those Space Aresh pulls. One was Galatea, which is NP2. One was my first ever NP1 Zhang Yu.
oh,
That is 3 more Saint Courts, though, so I'll probably feed him all the EXP.
heh. Wuzatan. Have I not gotten the 5-star yet? No, I haven't. I mean, the 5-star CE, excuse me. That's what I meant.
Well, which one? There's technically 2, because there's the
Neither of them.
Straight up one and then the preview one. Neither. Okay. Another reason to keep rolling for a little bit.
There was a pause. Oh, yep, there is. There's 3 rings. Oh, it's a ruler. That's MP6 Jean d'Arc. That's another.
Literally just talking about that.
It's okay. I love John.
He was great.
Honestly, no, I'm not gonna be mad. I'm not gonna be mad with getting another John. That is another USO though. I think that's up to what, like 3, 4?
Well, slowly climbing.
Slowly getting there. Meh. Oh. Gold sparks immediately. Another assassin. Assassino! Hey. All right, we're trucking. We're trucking. This is what we've been
Hey,
saving
chat,
for.
everybody, if you have a Durga, be sure to pat her for me. The Saint Quartz I got for Max Ascensioning her got me to 30. We've got one space already.
Wow.
Literally just needed one more 10 spin.
It's kind of amazing.
It's a little crazy. Also, yes, Chet, you were absolutely right. 10 for a USO. Like, I know it's anybody, but 10 for a USO spend is fucking scrungled.
Personally, I would not like to use all my Saint Quartz.
That is always preferable.
As summer is right around the bend. I do need to get me another BB. Shinji tank attack! Alright, that's the other 5-star. Alright, we still got...
Usually, the rule is rolling on camera causes interesting things to happen. It causes content. Not always the best content, as evidenced by the fucking... Lucky's like, oh, hey, I have NP2 Galatea. Literally, like, 5 seconds later, I get fucking Rainbow Sparks into a Galatea. I'm like, wait a minute.
Who shows? It's Nita Chris.
Nice.
That is nice.
I've plugged my phone into charge because we've been playing like crazy. I am going to step away while Lucky keeps rolling and take a bio break real quick.
Yeah.
So I'll be right back, gang. Oh, sorry. My back. I've been gamer limiting too much. It's the rolling stress. I'll be right back.
I'm getting a lot of Crown in August. A lot of Crown in August. Too much Crown in August, y'all. MP2! Done, fucking done. Okay, cool. Oh, all we had to do was have a mega leave, and that leaves me 400 Saint Quartz for summer. Oh. Okay. We're gonna have to work a little bit hard to try and build that back up. I don't think there's no way I'm gonna be able to make 500 for pity, but we can make an effort. Alrighty.
Well, remember, you are the. Sorry, I just came back. It's funny. I was just thinking about like, okay, do we want to do some vamping while we're still rolling? But no. The 120 Saint Quartz bonus missions. You know, just do 60 total missions for 120 Saint Quartz, and then there's 36 coming the 7th, I think. So there's still some anniversary rewards left over.
No, I'm not gonna go for NP3 because, like I said,
I'm crazy now, chat.
I do not have the money for it. I do not. Like I said, if I was still working or if we were more successful, I could risk it, but we can't. We cannot risk it. Like I said, I need a summer BB and a Cosmos drop coming up, and after that we gotta
budget.
God, that's a lot of diamonds.
There's non-gacha budget as well, possibly.
Possibly.
As we mentioned, there's quite a lot of video games out there scoring. Oh, okay. Let me adjust my posture.
All right, so let's get everyone. Yep. Yes. 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 Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. So I'm going yes. That reminds me. Actually, I haven't. It's only 5 minutes, but I haven't watched it. Eternal Montage put a new video. It's Pokemon Masters EX.
Okay.
I gotta check it out. But sorry, gang. I interrupted myself a little. I took a deep breath, and it hurt a tiny little bit. It's not great, but I'll keep going. I'm okay for a little bit. But I was gonna say, you know, a very good rousing round of rolls all around. And I had a thought that I wanted to walk chat through. So Lucky said, you know, let's get everybody ready, and then my brain was gonna be like, you know, all right, let's get everybody ready to level, and then my brain just like before I could consciously think the phrase level, my brain just did like a speed edit. Like I felt the fucking VHS tape of my mind skip, and it just played, "Let's get ready to rumble." And I just had to stop there and think, brain, why did you do that? Why'd you do it like that? Okay. But, well, we are a leveling and a noble phantasming. Let us talk about some what's up stuff.
What's up stuff?
I just got one real quick I do want to mention, because I think I talked about it on Wednesday. Since I have not been feeling well for a couple of days, I did catch up on the 4th season of Critical Role's animated Legend of Vox Machina, which I felt like kind of like stealthily snuck out. It's still pretty good. Like if you're, I don't think anybody's really doing, you know, high fantasy animation in the Western sphere like they're doing it. So they're still very high quality. It's a little weird one to be like, do I recommend catching up on the season? And I'm like, yeah, kind of, but also it is the 4th going into the 5th and final season, so it ends on kind of a, you know, a downer cliffhanger as you usually do, a darkest hour sort of thing. So it's like, I mean, it's good, but also like, yeah, we got one more. I think I was much more impressed with what they did in 8 episodes with Mighty Nine, but they've only got one more season left. So that's just a quick update to catch you up on a thing that I may have mentioned earlier. The big one, the big bit of news happening this week that we might want to talk about on the show for a little while, catch chat up, see how they're going, is the interesting, unfortunate announcement Sony had this past week that's kind of, I don't know if I would say it's caught everybody by surprise, but it has sparked a return to a big wave of discourse. Which is, they announced officially that they're planning on winding down all physical game disc production by January 2028. Though I believe they later qualified that to say that, like, discs they'd already printed, like if they've previously printed, they will still offer. Just no new discs. And I don't know what they were planning on this one, gang. Like, was the idea to just, you know, hit it with the bad news all at once? But in that literal same tweet, they also announced that in July of 2027, so about a year from now, they're closing down the PS Vita and PS3 storefronts. Which, like, phenomenally bad optics, gang.
Phenomenally bad.
Yeah, like there's a lot of discussion going on, and a lot of people are, like, quoting and shaping statistics, and the general impression I get is that a lot of people are trying to figure out how they can use the statistics to make their point for them. This includes both Sony, but also people on the other side are trying to, like, you know, come up with, like, no, here, they've baked the statistics. Here's the true evidence. The general vibes is, this is a factually true statement, console sales have been pretty bad this year. And I think June was like historically low for both Xbox and PlayStation, like this gen. It had already been rumored that both the PS6 and Xbox's next gen project are planned on launching without disk drives. Right? So it seems like they've been trying to find the time for this for a while. That said, it's not a sudden announcement either, because they said that they won't finalize it until January of 2028, a year and a half away. So there is like kind of an off-ramp process. But it does seem kind of funny to announce, like, after there was a big controversy about GTA 6 not having a physical disc inbox, and several game developers, including Insomniac, which is a first-party Sony studio, were like, yeah, the deluxe edition has a disc inbox for Wolverine. So, like I said, not a great look for Sony. Sony PR is getting snackered. I think it was like today or late yesterday, they also announced that, similar to Helldivers, the online play for Marvel tow consoles, even on Steam, will not work unless you can get a PSN account, which does block, several countries where PSN is not supported. Quite a few of them. Which, again, feels like another little bit of a weird... From what I understand of the fighting game community, seems like an odd choice. I get the wanting to build in the extra features of PSN. It doesn't have to be a paid account. It just has to be an account sign up. There is extra moderation tools, extra backend, etc. But, the fighting game guys are weird. They'll, play shit in toilets. You can stick them to the ceiling and they'll play games if they're accessible, right? So it's an odd one for Sony. And it's an odd one to be in this discussion because, like, you and I, we both talked about this. We do like the physical, right?
Yeah.
We like the stuffs. I literally, because I was thinking about it, like, held up my Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex Blu-rays because I was like, I got this shit in physical. I feel like watching these again because I'm fucking lying in bed feeling sick. I really hope that, it's probably a little too soon to be moved by it, but I really hope that Square Enix is not planning on de-disking Final Fantasy VII Revelation, because I'd really like that box to go on my shelf with the other two boxes,
Well, like I said, that's 2027. We got till 2028 before I think they fully stop, so yeah. I think we're okay for that one, as it's early in the year.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Like, it's an unfortunate factor where, like, GTA 6 hits in November, and while broadly the internet is clowning on them, there is still a group of diehards who are kind of locked in for this video game and, like, doing no wrong. Oh yeah, they had to alter some of the PlayStation ads for GTA 6. I think one of their press images showed it with a disc in the box. Server a little busy at midnight.
Yeah, no, it's been like that way. Well, GTA 6, I don't think was gonna launch with the fucking disc anyway.
No, that's like I do want to separate. Like, on the one hand, yes, like, did I get a GTA 6 ad on my PlayStation 5 logging in for the first couple of days? Right. Yes, and I wasn't a huge fan of that, but that's I have gone on the record as saying I am now a certified GTA 6 hater. I'm They've annoyed me too much. But, like, I don't think it was a secret conspiracy. I think Sony has been planning to wind down discs for a long time, and they're still planning on giving themselves a lot of footprint. Like I said, they've got a lot of off-ramp.
No. But, like, from what I can understand, like, amid all the, the statistics and the debates and the arguments and the facts presented to me, from what I can understand, there's probably 3 reasons why Sony's doing this. First off, there's going to be a lot of banding about the stats of what says and what's, but in general, over the past like several years, digital sales have been going up while physical sales have been going down. You can use whatever numbers you want to say, but this is fact. Digital sales are up, physical sales are down. and not by a little. I believe like even at a low ball, it's imagined about 70% of game sales are digital now, I believe.
Yes, there was some discussion about the 85% number, but even if you fudge the math back the other way, it's still like a 70% number, which is a majority. Oh, also, I just remembered. Chat on screen.
Oh, chat on screen. Excuse me.
Took it off for the roll, but it's been a little bit. Just remembered.
There we go. As we can look at this black screen as I try to get back in.
Because servers crunched.
Second reason I believe like this is happening is Sony's trying to destroy the resale market, which, as a corporate move, I can understand. Like I said, Sony has been having a lot of times reaching sale numbers and targets with a lot of their games, and one of the reasons for this is not only have the sales not been particularly selling well, but people can resell physical games to another party, and Sony will never see that profit. With digital games, you can't do that. Every sale is to a specific account. Now, I know for a lot of people, especially people who do not have money, this might seem like a shot in their particular dick, but again, it makes sense. It's like Sony is a business. They want to make money.
It's one that rankles a little because, 10 years ago, they killed it with a very simple PR move against Xbox for this reason, right?
Yeah.
But we are in a shifting economy. We are kind of changing times, and consoles are in a bad way. Sony always has kind of sold the units as a loss leader and, tried to make up their sales in games. If they're not making target numbers on games, obviously there are concerns about, the budgeting and the long dev times as well, which is a thing that I think the industry does need to refactor themselves after the COVID boom. We no longer live in a world where, how would you say this? Like, GTA 6 is probably going to still make pretty good sales, even though it took them 13 years to make this fucking video game, right? But I don't know if they'll make enough money to satisfy themselves because they also spent way too much money making this video game. I don't think you can go a whole generation and produce only one video game and be okay in both the terms of profit for your studio, because remember, if you take 6 or 7 years to develop a video game, ideally you're keeping your team making this video game employed the entire time, full salary and shit, which is constant going down, not making money back in, right?
Mm-hmm. Also, Legendary, to your point, you can say that, it still does not change the fact that more things are being sold digitally. Yes, for first-party titles, more physical but might being sold, but then you have to take into account those a lot of those Sony first parties aren't selling well to begin with, so they're not making a lot of bank on the physicals to begin with.
Yeah, I think it is interesting that Sony seems to make a majority of their first-party sales in physical discs, but also like you said, there are games that do struggle with releases, and I think it's interesting to see kind of their numbers. And it's another one that's really interesting. That's this is a battle, right? That is completely lost in the PC space. My new gaming PC, which thankfully I bought before everything exploded, so I didn't go into quadruple debt, doesn't have a disk drive.
Yeah.
I cannot put a disc in this thing. Period.
No.
I gotta get an external one if I wanted to do that. On Steam, everything is digital. That works better, I think, for Steam because they have a very aggressive sale policy. They have very accessible features, and generally they try to be fairly pro-customer.
Damn, the server is busy. We are not getting in here.
Yeah, I don't. It seems like maybe JP caught on to the thing we talked about maybe the coins are borked. I guess we'll find out shortly while we keep going on. You're watching FGO News live right now as it's happening. But yes, there are factors in selling their games, and it's interesting to say that they you straight up got an area code. Error code. Area code? God.
Yeah. No, like, but also there was one more thing I wanted to mention. The third reason that's brought up is the parts and the process used to make those discs is being basically bought out by people who want to make AI data centers, which is making it really expensive to produce them. Because you have to remember, when they make physical games, that involves a whole new process of production, processing, and shipping that goes on to it. So generally, overhead costs for making physical games is a lot better. Earlier, before the COVID boom, when video games were doing pretty well, they could probably eat that cost a little bit better because they were doing better in sales, and the digital market hadn't cornered a lot of the sales, so they could probably get away with it. That's not the case anymore. With AI centers like taking up, what was it, like the optic, what was it called again?
It's the optic components. Yeah, I don't remember it. Crystalite did find the tweet that I saw and then posted it in our Discord, but yeah, it's out there. And I do, obviously, I want to add on to that. Some people might go, but doesn't Sony make Blu-ray? Like, yes, they are the owners of the Blu-ray technology, but they don't physically produce every Blu-ray in an in-house factory. I believe, because it was a discussion back when the tariffs were going to be a problem that never went anywhere because nothing ever happened. There was a lot of discussion about physical video game prices going up because a lot of our video games in America are physically manufactured in factories in Mexico. Sorry, somebody in chat doing some interesting math about the money. Yeah, I don't know. It's. I wouldn't be shocked if they made $1 trillion because of shark cards, but I don't actually think they made that many in unit sales. Yeah. But let's go to just for inflation, I guess. But yeah, like the discs are manufactured by somebody, and if AI data centers are boxing out, now, do I think that that's fucking bullshit and sucks? Yes, of course it's bullshit. AI is it's still a pipe dream. Like it still hasn't started producing giga profits. So like AI companies are still writing checks based on profits that have yet to materialize. A framework for these profits has yet to materialize, but they keep building more data centers because they're like, eventually we'll get enough AI that we can make the money. So like that does suck. It's entirely possible that like the physical component nature of this will not be an actual problem with the demand by 28.
That's what I'm hoping for. Like, honestly, I feel like Sony has given this year, like actually this year and a half, to maybe give themselves some leeway to see if things change and if they have some wiggle room to walk it back. Because a year and a half is quite a long time. Which personally, I hope they walk it back. I really hope they walk it back. Like I said, I love collecting physical media. Like I've said this before, I can understand why they're doing it. The reasons are plain to see, but it's still something that I'm not for. It's like, so I'm hoping something in the economy shifts so that, physical media can, be maintained. I'm sorry, but what were you saying, Omega? Did we lose Omega? Did the heat get him? As fireworks go off in my background? Shit, my whole ass FGO just fucking crashed. Jesus. Oh, I hear Omega make a noise.
Yes, I laughed because I saw your pigeon post. You caught up to the pigeon. Yeah, no, my ping exploded in the middle of you talking. I think I understood what you were going to say, which is that Sony may have given themselves this year of time to see how the market shakes out.
Yeah.
Because obviously if AI collapses, there'll be less demand. Also, I mean, Sony is not perfect about adjusting their attitudes based on customer feedback, but they have kind of moved some things around based on it. I feel like the long year is like, that would give like the people who manage like money and PR and stuff the ability to actually go to meetings and point and be like, hey, so here's when we announced our plans to stop continuing discs. Here's what people are saying on the internet, and here's where our stock price went after that. It's not great.
Honestly, I think the biggest faux pas of this whole situation is that they announced that they're closing the PS Vita and PS3 store, and then announcing they're getting rid of the disc. So everyone's just like, so what am I gonna do with this now?
Yeah, like you literally showed the flaw inherent in this plan right away. And somebody in chat did bring up earlier, Steam does let you like create local backups, and you can usually play your Steam games offline without needing to connect to Steam. I know some people were like, oh, but Steam uses DRM. Technically, if my research is to be correct, DRM through Steam is all chosen by the game developer or publisher. Like, Steam doesn't demand you put DRM in your games. It's just that you can put DRM in your games that you sell on Steam.
And I'm not gonna fault fucking game makers trying to protect their games from criminals.
No, I mean, I know that there was some, like, this was before this, but there was a very... Chat, if you don't know about this weird internet side story, I gotta tell you about this.
Oh, is this about Wallpaper Engine?
No, this is different.
Okay.
I'd love to hear what you got to say about Wallpaper Engine, actually.
Oh, didn't you hear about that?
No, actually, I did not.
Oh, okay, well, tell your thing.
So, my story is, chat, if you've ever heard of, and I'll ask Lucky as well, if you've ever heard of Sandy Peterson. Sandy Peterson is a game designer for both tabletop games and video games. He worked mostly on Chaosium's Call of Cthulhu RPG. But he was also a designer on Doom. And Sandy Peterson has a habit of going onto Twitter and yelling about some stuff, especially in regards to Doom. And this protects a particular response from John Romero, who also worked on Doom.
Oh?
John Romero usually starts these posts with, "Hi, Sandy, hope you're doing well," and then completely refutes Sandy Peterson's argument, usually with receipts. So one of those recently was Sandy Peterson had a pretty big rant about piracy, like being like directly impactful to Doom's profits. Citing numbers about like number of had so many installs but not as many paying customers, etc. And kind of, rambling about it. So on the one hand, I understand the design, but Romero did also clap back and brought up that like the reason why they had such disparity between sales and install numbers was that once upon a time they distributed several levels of Doom free as a demo, because that used to be a thing you did. So you had a lot of people playing the free version who did not convert, and the like actual numbers of lost sales that Sandy Peterson quotes is not that high. The kind of like relationship between devs and piracy is very chaotic and not very firm, I want to say. It is hard to tell kind of like the difference between like, is a pirated copy a lost sale, or was that guy never a customer to begin with,
Oh, I would say he was never a customer to begin with. Like, I'm not going to say there's a lot of people out there who's going to go out and pirate a game, but there is definitely a subset of people who never want to pay for a game in their fucking life and will do everything they can to get around it. Like, there's a lot of people, like, I know, like me, like, I read a lot of manga on, on, like, a lot of sites. But I'm one of those people that if I have money, I will go and buy that manga. And especially if I really like it. It's just I have no money right now. So I can't.
I've done that with games too, where I've like played free stuff or even had copies and then been like, oh shit, I should get that game.
Yeah, no. So no, there is like piracy is not so much like, in my opinion, piracy. Like there's two kinds of piracy. There's the kind of try before you buy kind of piracy, and then there's the malicious I just don't want to buy a fucking game piracy. Like.
I would say I think there's a third kind of piracy and bootlegging, but it's very specific. It's the I'm from a third world country where getting these things legitimately is not allowed, so I have to buy bootlegs. Yeah, no.
Like honestly, that's how we are with kind of like some of the anime and manga and light novels and stuff. The artist and
not officially licensed to.
Like the author for Dr. Stone, Bochi, actually went on a huge Twitter post talking about how, like, no, it's not great that, people pirate things, but if people are pirating things, it's generally because they probably don't have easy access to the thing they have, to the thing they want, so they have to go find it other ways. It's like people who like truly love a work will, you know, buy the work.
I feel like that conversation, that series of posts that author had, that mangaka had, is basically like the ultimate conclusion of that argument about near reincarnation, you know, a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Of like realizing, like, because that brought a lot of people out in Japan who I've realized now, like, they're a subset, but I think those people in Japan who are like, no, you can't boot up a private server of this video game that closed. That's not supported by the company. Those are kind of the equivalent of the people who are like into Rockstar right now and are just like, no, of course, you know, you could have saved up $100. It's been 13 years since GTA 5. You know, like, they're not in the same headspace as people who are like, what do you mean you can't spin up a private server of a video game? By the way, the ESA also tried to claim that all community-run servers are piracy. I don't think they're going to win that one.
No, get fucked.
I believe many Minecraft servers then would technically be piracy by that definition, because a lot of them are technically peer-to-peer servers.
Yeah.
Like, it's a dumbass argument, but, you know,
Listen, there's a lot of fucking Big Brother activity going around in a lot of legislation right now, especially with, you know, digital privacy and whatnot. Like, it's a little crazy. No. It's a little fucking crazy, guys.
We're in a weird phase right now. We're in a transitional phase. It was so funny. I will casually mention it.
Oh god, we are in maintenance. Maintenance is in progress.
They're fixing the coin bug. You heard it here live. Breaking news.
Okay, so
we're in an unscheduled maintenance. All right. Well, I'm glad you and I finished or not necessarily finished, but you know, we did our roles.
I wonder if they're going to take back the I wonder if they're going to take back the coins.
They might be able to this early. Like, they'll find it out. We'll see. You know,
I'm glad
I calculate the coins.
Yeah, no. If you go back to the beginning of the stream, I was looking at my box. Lucky was very much like, I have too many coins. What is this?
Yeah, I didn't really think about when I grabbed the coins, but yeah, it does seem like a lot. So
well, the joke's on them. I already grail casted my 2 grails for the month. Oh god, they better not roll it back. If they roll it back, I'm gonna be fucking livid.
No. I don't think they need it for servant coins. I don't think they need to do a server rollback. Like, especially if it's mostly for FP servants. Like, I don't. That doesn't require a rollback, right? Like, it's not.
Fuck it, let's play Trick Cow.
Premium currency.
We're a Trick Cow stream now, Omega.
Sick. Actually, I don't know if I've seen. I don't think I've actually looked it up. I don't know if I've seen Trick Cow gameplay. No, you won't be banned for claiming it all. Like, the worst they will do is they will revert. They will calculate the correct number of coins, and they will reduce the number in your account to match. They may also decide that that's not worth it because it is free-to-play coins. Like I said, the other thing is we'll also get some extra Saint coins for the emergency maintenance. But yeah, you know, you shouldn't get banned. If you did Saint Quartz, if you did premium currency, and you knew you were claiming currency you shouldn't claim, they might put you into Saint Quartz debt. They did that in JP once. Now, personally, that's another thing, like talking about the piracy conversation, which is like, you fucking know what you're doing. If you know that a reward for like hundreds of Saint Quartz is supposed to be for something that it's not, and you like, what was it that actually triggered it? Was it like there was a reward that was supposed to be one time, but you could get it multiple times? It's like, you know that's wrong. You know you're exploiting the system. And I understand that there is a certain ethos amongst players about, you know, exploit early and often.
It's still wrong, guys.
You're still exploiting. That sucks ass. Like, don't do that. Like, you're playing with fire to just assume that you won't get burned. But yeah, full server maintenance, so we'll see. But yeah, some people did get put in St. Quartz debt. But like I said, I have limited sympathy for them because it's like you knew you were fucking it up. Like, there have been times, for instance, when an NA, it was a Master Quest reward that people kept like exchanging. In NA, there was one year where they accidentally gave everybody the Start Dasher, the returning Master rewards.
And they were just like, fucking keep it.
You actually played. Yeah, they were just like, fuck it, that's our bad. Oops.
Oops.
Enjoy your Saint Courts, everybody. Like, because that was their bad. They fucked up a reward that was supposed to be limited to certain players and run it through. But like I said, if you understood that you could log in and log out and reclaim a master mission that is clearly not supposed to be reclaimable, again, you play with fire. That said, for you, Chet, I will once again say I do not think they will do a server rollback. That has happened extremely rarely in FGO, and only when like people's servants were like vanishing, like the servers were real fucked up. So it should be fine. Somebody just forgot to calculate an integer somewhere or multiplied wrong. But yes, we talked about like the licensing thing and piracy, and I think it's a very interesting state where we're at. I also want to bring up it's very funny that near reincarnation like happened, right?
Yeah, no, actually, there's been a little bit of news about that.
Yeah, I think I retweeted it myself the other day. But apparently, Square Enix said that they are straight up interested. They have been exploring options to make some of their old mobile games available for people as like single player mode or downloadable.
There's also been some talk of them making just a story available in like videos and stuff, and people aren't necessarily keen on that. But
we'll see. Like,
we'll see.
I think the idea is that they probably actually have a team of guys in a room who are like working on this. They're like, okay, do we still? This is a real question. They actually lost the source code of FFT. They had to rebuild that shit for the remaster. So like, they probably have guys going like, okay, do we still have the source code? Can we do this? How would we put this out single player? Like, are we doing like Resonance, where we are like basically completely rebuilding this game as a single player game? You know,
ooh, that could actually
finish.
That could actually be pretty good for Near Reincarnation. I think they could do it.
Yeah, and I think for games like Reincarnation, that's a good fit. There are also going to be, however, some other games that I don't think that will work for. Looking at you, First Soldier, that was always a multiplayer battle royale game, and it failed for a reason. The reason specifically was you put the Fortnite PUBG of Final Fantasy VII on phones only, Square Enix. Put Steam ports. Put shit on PCs. Those are basically mobile.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Kaleidoscope, from what I understand, playing Final Fantasy XIV on controller isn't that hard. You just got to get used to it. You gotta be ready to hit those trigger buttons to do stuff.
As someone who plays majorly on controller, and we have a few people who play on controller off and on in our FC, it's not necessarily harder. Certain specific commands can be harder, but some can be simpler. You know, depending on your buttons and stylings. It is just you kind of gotta get your mental to it. Like I'm pretty solid, I think, at working most of my hotbars. There are a few which are a little cramped. And I've told the story, of course, where I'm like, man, I hope they give Paladin less fucking buttons. That's the only job where there was so much extra shit that I had to set up like a full half a hotbar extra. Like went from like my normals two sets of cross hotbars to 2.5 basically. But yeah, so that, interesting stuff about the mobile. But yeah, so to kind of wrap on the Sony disc thing, I think you are correct that like, because this is the thing I want people to recognize, right, Chet? No business decision like this, where they are calling their shot for 2028, right? That's so far away. This is not for one reason, right? Like, that's not just for like, oh, well, AI centers are like edging out our manufacturing capacity, so we have to like quit or change our pricing. And it's not just like, oh, well, 70% of all games are digital, on our consoles, but also, as people like to bring up, the console that sells better is the disc version. People want the option for discs. Though that may also be because it is a Blu-ray player. And as we did discuss, your PC is not a Blu-ray player. Like, your PC is not a disc-based media machine.
Anymore.
Whereas your PlayStation is. Not anymore, yeah. You gotta buy an external. Which are not, like, nothing. I think I looked at that because at one point we had our tabletop group watch through all of Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex because I own those both in DVD and Blu-ray form. And I think my final disc is, like, of my DVDs is a little fucked up. Full scratch, so I couldn't get it to play properly.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I wanted to budget a Blu-ray player, and they were still, like $30, and it's like, oh, man.
But no, this is not a decision. This is not the evil corporation going, wahaha, I want to fuck these guys in particular. No, this is something that has been brewing for a long time, and they're just now heading off of it, and they're still giving themselves some leeway. So I would say, if you do not like this discussion, make sure you say something, get out there, try and buy some physical games if you can. Like,
and like I've seen loads of people posting their physical collections online.
yeah,
Like being like, oh, but we do like physical. It's one of those things where you gotta like shake it up a little, like I said, because like that's gonna be the factor. That's gonna be the factor that makes Sony go, okay, this is not actually. Yes, it will cut our costs, but it may disenfranchise our customer base, which will be lost sales anyway.
Yeah, no, like, I'm going to be real, guys. If Sony goes completely digital, I don't know what I'm going to do. I genuinely don't know. Like,
like, especially because the PS6 is probably in today's dollars going to cost $1,000. Like, I'm like, man, I don't know. I think my next gen console's a Switch 2 at this point.
Yeah. Well, and I will say, don't say it won't matter, because the moment you say it doesn't matter, that's when it doesn't actually matter. You must fight until the end, otherwise you are just giving up. You just wanted to give up in the first place.
Yeah, I to get a little real with chat, that is why you see from certain corners a lot of effort to delegitimize elections and voting.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain gentleman who's trying to claim that all mail-in voting is fraudulent, despite the fact that he himself votes by mail. Just saying. Not going to name any names, but if you know, you know. It's not hard. But, like, that's the point of those kinds of actions. It's to take the fight out of you by making you think it's pointless. But it's not pointless. Like, you are still a consumer in this system. The AI loop is not closed. We do not live in the Matrix, right? Like, you still have purchasing power, and you still have a voice online that people can see, and you are a number that'll be calculated. If you see a survey, take it, If genuinely you're like, Sony, if you do this, I'm out. Cancel your PS Plus subscription. I'm still in for that, like, myself now, because, like, yeah, that's pretty solid for me. Like, there's loads and loads of games I'm playing that I would not have played otherwise. I need to go back to finishing Star Wars Outlaws, for instance. I'm still stuck on Tatooine.
And we'll talk about Kingdom Come Deliverance, because I actually started that up because I saw it. But
yeah, actually, that's right. I saw you.
Yeah,
it's another one that's like that's a PS Plus game. Like,
yeah,
it'll be interesting. I do think that, unfortunately, like, GTA has entered such a crazy hypo-space that, like, I don't know, man. But I also, like, I gotta hold out a little bit of hope. I've got two wolves inside me, as it were, and the cynic is like, GTA 6 is still going to sell like boxcars. Rockstar's going to save all their money by laying off everybody anyway, because they're upset their developers are forming a union, because apparently they've been getting their asses kicked to develop this game for 13 years. And honestly, I think it says a lot about Rockstar that only now have they been trying to unionize. They were in this for a little bit already. But, like, they're still going to, like, fire a shitload of people and make their money back, and it's going to be sucks. But, like, at the same time, I don't know, like, the launch of Cyberpunk, for instance, was so bad for CDPR that it shook up a lot of shit. Sony offered refunds for that video game. They never do that shit.
It was that bad.
Like, yeah, that's how bad the press was, even though it wasn't, like, perfect, Has it sold more than the cost to produce on pre-orders alone?
I believe that.
That doesn't seem right. This game's really expensive. I couldn't believe
it. No,
I
I believe it. I genuinely believe
okay.
it. This game has been, like, the most anticipated game for, like, the past 4 fucking years. I think, like, it wins like every most anticipated game. Like, no, it's going to make stupid amounts of money. It is. It genuinely
like I said,
is.
People are brain poisoned about it. Like,
yes,
people are buying
Scalped.
the pre-order codes on eBay, even though there's nothing to fucking scalp. There's no disc.
No, like I said, no. People, there are people out there being dumb about GTA. So no, it's gonna make their money back. But again, like, back on, like, the disc issue and stuff, it's not over until it's over. It's really not. Like, it costs you, like I said,
they're planning on ending in 2028.
Yeah, again, it costs you nothing to keep asking for physical. It doesn't. It genuinely
Buying
doesn't.
physical.
It does not. You are not going to lose your
Buying
life.
physical,
You're not going to lose your job. You're not going to... Well, you might lose your friends. I don't know. It depends on what kind of friends you are. And, like, other relationships.
People got weird friends.
People got weird friends. But, like, I'm pretty sure there are some outlets you can write to Sony to. You can, put in surveys. You can start petitions and stuff. I'm considering that personally. But, again, we do not have that large a platform, so I'm seeing if anyone else does. It's all like, there are ways for us to say to Sony, we do not like this idea. But, on the other hand, I also understand why Sony is doing it. Like I said, Sony is a business. Their business is is generally making entertainment products. That means, though, that people have to buy said entertainment products. If people are not buying them, there's no reason to keep selling them. Selling to a specific specific niche market is not worth the cost. Any business owner will tell you that.
It's true. And I'm really curious to see how this is going to go over overall in Japan. Japan has a much different market when it comes to the nature of physical. They pay very high prices for Blu-rays because that's considered part of the otaku process, right? Like, when you buy the physical, that is the ultimate expression of you showing support. But also, Japan is a much better and much more robust secondhand market than America, including for retro games. Like, that's also why, talking about arguments, they don't understand some of the discussion we have about, like, playing old-ass games that are, like, emulated. Because those guys, it's the man, drowning versus man dying of thirst kind of shit. Like,
well, actually, believe
they
it,
walk down to the corner store and pick up, quite a lot of old repro carts and stuff.
Actually, fun fact, they're actually having a problem with the reselling market because they have people who come over from America and other countries who go into these stores, buy up all the old games, and then sell them online at ridiculously high prices.
Their accessibility has attracted the scalping zone.
Yes. So
like, I am curious because, like you said, the reselling is an important part of the market, but then it's the, you also have the argument against, which is like, well, you cannot be scalped out of digital. You may be overpriced on a sale, though some PlayStation sales are also quite generous. It just depends on the frequency of things. But, it really depends on the seller, so that's what we'll see. And if, 70% of your audience, if 70% of your audience is enough to make a profit with a reduced cost of production, we'll see. Now, if you're asking what's the point of buying a console if everything's digital, that is a very good question. What is the difference? There may not be some.
Well, honestly,
you'll get some kind of hardware integration.
Well, for me, it's all about vibes. Personally, I think I've talked about this before.
True.
My PS5. It's not necessarily a lot of people say oh, that's just your gaming machine. No, that's I want to relax and disconnect machine. When I'm on my computer, I've talked about this, I'm usually doing several things at once. I'm on Discord, I'm playing a gacha game, I usually have YouTube or music open, I might be doing some other work. My PC is where I work. I can play games on it, but I also work on it. You don't work on a PS5. Well, I guess if I
it is
that's
it
where
is truly your entertainment center.
Yes, I can lay on my bed with a controller in my hand, snug as a bug, watch something on there, play something on there, listen to something on there, and I am disconnected from Discord and all that stuff, and I am not working. I cannot do that at a PC. I cannot lay down at a PC. I have to sit up and put my arms out and type away, use my mouse. It is a very different vibe. That's why I play consoles. It's not because it's for the games. It's not for the hardware. It is literally for the experience of being, not at my computer. I don't think not a lot of people think about it that way, but that's how I think about it. That's why I like my consoles. It's
and to think about, with your general market, obviously this is historical for some. Most I assume of the people watching the show right now. Hey, there's 30 of you. We've already hit over 300 views. Thanks for hanging out.
Woo!
Thanks for being cool. Especially because it's, after midnight in Eastern quarters. and it's getting fairly late in the Western extends. Probably getting to be morning for some of you in Europe.
Europe.
But yeah, think back to when some of you may have played consoles in your younger years. While yes, right now in my life, I can sit in my office chair and be at my PCs because I have a 2 PC setup. And if I rotate my head very slightly and look over, you know, a couple of feet from my desktop towers is my PS5 plugged into my TV. They're physically close. I can, while sitting in my chair, you know, also play on my console. I've got my current room set up for that. In my previous room, it was a little different because it was like right angles, so I had to like sit on the end of my bed. Personally, for my own posture, I think that the chair is better than sitting on the end of my bed with no back. But you know, I could also do like you said, I could lay all the way back and be further back from the TV screen and the PS5, and I can still do that here. I can also sit in my bed, watch, you know, stream video, could play music if I wanted. God, it reminds me of like did they take that up for PS4? I remember the PS3 days with the media servers function.
Yeah.
You could just set up different media connections.
Yeah.
Stream shit. It was pretty cool.
It was
pretty cool
cool
local streaming. But like it is the entertainment center. And like if you think about it like that, like not everybody, you know, has a setup where, you know, I can with one hand I can tap the top of my desktop and I could probably reach over with a foot and tap my PS5. I won't because that would be risky, very unbalanced. Don't kick your PS5s. But, you know, it's one of those things where it's part of the space. But depending on where you're living, you know, some of you might not. If you are, you know, part of a family unit or like you maybe you've got different people going on, you might not have your work ass PC in the same room as the room where you sleep. In fact, you're not supposed to do that, but you know, I don't live alone, so that's harder.
Yeah, no, same.
Yes, I should have an external office and then probably keep my console in a completely different room where I also sleep. But yeah, we don't got space for that.
Also, sometimes we stream off the PS5 anyway, so.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you do hook up. So having it within HDMI reach is okay. It's good. It's ideal even. But like, you know, other people who are not doing streaming stuff will have different setups. So like, you know, having the console as kind of like an entertainment machine that is. I don't want to overplay how like complicated building a PC is, or buying PC parts, or selecting a PC is, because it's not that hard. But like. You buy a console, the whole thing is all pre-built.
Well, it's not
specs.
It's not just that. It's like generally, like Pakun mentioned it earlier. Generally, the machine's built for you, and whatever game you stick in there, it's gonna work. It's not perfect. I get crashes, you know, every once in a while, but you do not have to worry about, you know, hardware, software compatibility and stuff. Usually, it's, you know, plug and play.
What game was it? There was a recent game that came out that I heard did not have pitch perfect PC optimization. I don't remember what it was, but it was something like past couple months, right?
I mean,
like,
I'm going to be real. I feel that's like every major game that comes out on PC, especially if it didn't come out on PC first. Every time. It's like...
Yeah, and obviously, like, I understand the argument from PC gamers, which are like, well, if consoles don't need to exist, we can optimize for PC first. But PC optimization, no matter what, will be harder. There are multiple manufacturers, there are lots of different parts, and there's lots of different grades. And especially, I want to say this, especially in our current market, where GPUs cost a fucking arm and a leg, RAM's costing an arm and a leg, memory costs an arm and a leg. Obviously, that really sucks for going digital only, but... depending on the size of the data disk, like your installs and downloads and reinstalling shit, you know, like is better, you know, like it's tough to go out there to pick your parts, and you can't just cut everybody out. You can't just go, all right, but if you can't run Crysis on maximum settings, we don't want you. This game's not for for babies, for casuals. That's how you fucking die. You spent $11 billion making Giga Crysis 2, that if you don't own a supercomputer, it, like, you know, develops a microscopic sun and blows up your house.
Man,
assuming, one, that the the lawsuits don't catch you, you won't have a large customer base. Nobody
I'm
can afford that shit.
How many, like, oh god, kids these days won't know, can it run Crisis? They won't.
Yeah, actually, that probably did age us, but that was the meme. That was the benchmark game for a while. Was the first Crisis was so processor intense that running Crisis at maximum settings used to be a genuine benchmark for gaming hardware. And obviously now I think it's pretty acceptable because we have a lot of improvements, but that's also super expensive. And I do want to say, Blanco in chat being like, feels like everything is getting shittier and more expensive and consumers get less and less. This is true. Like, in real life, bad shit is happening. The economy, little squungled. It's a little squiggled. And there's a lot of bad negative pressures going on out there, not the least of which is the, like, crazy cannibalization of everything for AI, right? Like, that's a problem. So, like, yes, there is things going on that are making things shittier for you. And once again, and not to get too real with you, but when you go to the ballot box, remember this. Think about this. Practical solutions, baby.
Yeah, it's just
think about the price of eggs and milk and shit.
Yeah, it's just a question of who's actually going to fix these problems and who's not just going to get stuck in a mire of two parties yelling back and forth.
Fucking
back and forth.
That's also true.
I
think at least there is some movement going on. So, like I said, pay attention, especially at your local level. We're still smaller.
No, local level, you definitely have a stronger voice. Federal level,
it's tricky. Like I said, I think there's some motion going on right now, but we'll see where it gets us in the midterms because shit's crazy. But yeah, like and Blacklist Pac-Man has another great one. Marvel Rivals runs Garbo on machines, that are high quality because they didn't optimize it right. If it's not set to C drive, it fucking goes freaky. Yeah, like shit like that's always going to be a thing. And like I said, I know you can play it this way, but Lucky's right. I don't think of my PC as my relaxation gaming machine. Like, yeah, I can lock in. I could queue up. I could fire up a fucking cozy sim game right now on my gaming PC. I could shoot up a simulator. I got Civ 6 installed, right? And I could hang out by myself and just jam for hours. It'd be cool. Did that with TCG Card Shop Simulator sometimes. I mentioned before, I feel like not anytime soon because we have other stuff we want to do and we are still working on Vintage Story. But I did mention to you guys that I saw some videos get posted of Supermarket Together where they've apparently added new store layouts and like difficulty sliders.
Yeah.
And stuff like interesting core gameplay features. So I'm like, we should take a look at that again sometime. Different starting store layouts might be interesting. But like I can lock in and chill, but like again, not too harp on it, but it's part of my argument. I've been a little sick lately, right? Like I've been feverish, a little achy, sore chest. Literally right now, I have to be careful taking a deep breath because my lungs feel a little pinch head.
Hang on one second.
I'm
the fireworks
hoping I will feel better tomorrow for tabletop.
But I need to step away. I'm gonna go give Buster some tranquilizer so he can relax because he's freaking out a little bit with all the fireworks. So I'll be right back. But keep talking, Omega.
Like we'll be right back. I will keep the vibe going, and hopefully, knock on wood, my internet doesn't take this opportunity to drop in the next 5 to 10 minutes. It's okay. I knocked on wood. We're deflected. But like I said, when I'm not feeling well, chat, when I am like, oh man, I'm not feeling cool. I gotta lay in bed. What do? Fire up the PS5. That's we crack YouTube or Amazon and we start watching TV. I consume so much extra TV when I'm sick. Like I said, that was why I started. Like I busted out my Ghost in the Shell Blu-rays and I was like, should I just rewatch all of Standalone Complex? Should I just hit it? I might do that still. Right? Or I will play games that like aren't gonna blow up my brain. I have several of them. Really big fan of playing Katamari while ill. I've done that for many Katamari games over the decades. Like it's a factor, and you can't do that in your PC. Now, obviously, there are systems that do have that benefits. I think that is the factor of the portable market, right? to bring back to Lucky talking about, like technically your PC is kind of a hybrid. It is a work machine, that has lots of other functions built into it. It's a general utility station. Your gaming console is really only good for, media consumption, not just gaming, but mostly media. The portable market with like Steam Deck, Switch, etc., older consoles, and there is even the like Xbox Ally. There is that handheld that's supposed to pair with Xbox. Sony is talking about developing their own like next gen pairings of controllers with screens, basically, so you can take it portable. That can also work as like a relaxation phase, but that also works as the like, I can't drag my PS5 with me when I got to take a shit. That's we got to stop what we're doing and go. And that's also, by the way, why I always advocate for video games to have pause functions, because sometimes you do got to stand up and you got to go to the toilet. Okay. What if you get a delivery at your door? What if your DoorDash comes, chat, and you can't pause? Your Taco Bell, forever alone on the stoop. Sorry, slightly cold shot there. But, that's where the portable aspect comes in. But PC console portable gaming is a little different between all those little bits. But yeah, like I think that the console has that place. So if your console, to circle back to the original question, if consoles are completely diskless, and this is again assuming that they still don't add a disk drive as an add-on, because I think that like Sony lost some sauce about without backwards compatibility, and that's why the PS4 and 5 are completely backwards compatible. I think they would want to keep that image going because, yes, obviously, greedy corporate, we make them rebuy all their games. I'm sure they'd love to sell you all your games again, but if they phrase it that way, you will go, wait a fucking minute. You're trying to sell me my games again. I already own those games. You can't do it. I'm going to stay on my PS5, right? Like, being able to backwards compatible is an incentive to move your games, so I expect they may offer or allow a disc add-on, to replay your old shit. But if a PS6 or I think Helix is what they're currently codenaming the next Xbox, right?
I believe so, yes.
Sorry, Jed, clearing my throat. Yes. Like if that comes with just, couple of HDMI ports, some USB ports to plug some external storage and some controllers in, an Ethernet port so you can plug in internet and a built-in Wi-Fi adapter, and you plunk that next to your big-ass TV. Because, yeah, TVs can be monitors can be TVs, but if you have a TV, the console just goes right in. And I got not like a full ass smart TV, but I got like one of them semi-smart TVs. It's got built-in apps and like could connect to the internet, but also has presets, so you can just use your media devices. When I set this thing up, it had pre-built configuration that was like, hey, what input is this? Input number 2. What's this gonna go to? And I was like, gaming console. Okay, which one? Switch, Xbox, PlayStation? Like, the TV knew major brands, right? So, like, the TV knows to plug it in. And, like, I think you could probably arrange some HDMI to HDMI stuff and, like, use your TV as a monitor for your PC. But the console, you don't gotta flutz with it. It'll just plug in, and most things will understand what they're doing. And that can be your home entertainment device. And it's really funny that, like, I think that's what Xbox was originally planning for the thing after the 360, the one we all hated, where they were like, this will be your media centerpiece. Look at all the Netflix and football you can watch on it. Now, what's that? Used games? Fuck you. You'll need a connection once per month. And that's another thing I want to say that, like, I don't know if Sony's quite thought about yet for market, but is another legitimate concern to raise. Hey, if you're rural and you live in storm strike zones where, tornadoes and hurricanes and thunder, snow and shit can happen, earthquakes, and you might lose internet connection, be sure to bring that shit up. I think a lot of console developers. You cursed me.
Yeah, I did. Hi, Black Hulk. Yes, FGO has been in maintenance for almost about half an hour now, I think, and it's still going. This is why we're having a trick out stream right now and jawing about stuff. I had to side blast Omega though, so I could get a word in.
Yeah, you typed that in chat. I read it. I instantly ran out of steam. Excuse me. Yeah, let's switch. I'll let Lucky say hi to chat and jaw for a second. I'm gonna go refill my water.
Oh, he sounds like he needs it. No, but I think we basically said everything we really need to say there. We don't want to go in circles about things that we've already discussed. Like, yes, the Sony thing, it sucks. I hope it changes, but do not give up hope. Fight the good fight, and we'll see where we are in about a year. That's all we can really say. Let's see, what else did Omega write here for the What's Up Zone? I know the Sony thing was one of them. Let's see if he added any other particular ones. Not really. I'll let him talk about JoJo Fridays, because he is much more of a JoJo fan than I am. But I will talk about a couple video games that we've been talking about. I have been continuing on with Star Wars Outlaws. I played a little bit more. I got through the main mission, which ended in a bit surprising. It did not end as I predicted. It was the... well, it sounds like you haven't completed it, so I won't spoil it, but...
No, I have not gotten off Tatooine yet, so...
No, but I have...
Saying it ended not in the way you expected, because I think we both kind of expected similar things. I'm like, ooh.
Yes. So, we will see. That storyline, I believe, is not over, but it's not there. But I haven't really moved on, because, again, this is the problem that I have with Ubisoft games. There's a lot of stuff to do, and at some point, you just kind of feel like, what am I doing? Where am I going to do? What is my next objective? Do I want to go mindlessly grind little jobs for informational cash? Do I want to go work on... like some of the side missions? Do I want to go work on some of the like the little missions? Like, because there's like almost like 4 levels of missions. You got main missions, then you got sub missions, and then there's like intel in which you can find out like an interesting little job, and you can go to a place to get a piece of treasure. And then there's the jobs you can do. So there's like 4 tiers of doing stuff in that game. And there's a lot of it. Like, the jobs, like the jobs you can do for the cartels are pretty much radial. You can just keep generating dues and doing them forever to farm reputation and credit. In small amounts, but you can do it. Intel is usually one and done, but usually you have to find the intel first, and then that gets marked. And sometimes you have to go running around an area staring at a fucking rock for like half an hour, trying to figure out where the sweet spot is. Can be a pain. Submissions and the main missions are fun, but those always make you feel like you're progressing the story, and you always want to be like, and I'm always one of those people like, I want to make sure that I am 100% ready for whatever I'm about to do. So I'm going to go grind out some stuff, especially because some upgrades, and especially like, I like the system. I like it, but to upgrade your weapons and to upgrade some abilities, you usually have to do some sort of like intel mission to get the final part, which means you're running around anyway. And so it's like it's a little like it's a very Ubisoft game. Yeah, it's very Ubisoft.
Like I'm not gonna say they've done things to improve it. Like there's no fucking towers you have to climb, right, and shit like that. But it's still an Ubisoft game. It's an open world game where, like I said, there's like 9 billion things to do, and they're designed to like feed into each other.
Yeah. So
it's very well.
Get in there, but like I said, I've decided to take a break from Outlaws because there was a game that came to PlayStation Plus that I was very actually interested in, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance. The sequel recently came out last year and reviewed quite well, from what I understand, and I was curious about it for 2. Lucky being one of those kind of people who I don't like going into, the second game of the series while playing the first one. This is literally the reason why I haven't gotten into the Witcher series, because I want to beat the Witcher 1, despite it being kind of jank. It's a jank-ass game, guys. The Witcher game series really got good at 2. It really did. People don't talk about 1. But I wanted to try it out, and I really didn't know a lot about it. I knew it was a medieval game, but I did not actually realize that it's actually based off of, well, not necessarily real-world events, but actually real-world people. It takes place in, 13th century Bohemia, and you can find several characters in the events did actually happen around that time. And it's interesting. And I have to say, like, right out the gate, the storytelling, very good. I very much like it. It's like a very good start to the story. Like, and honestly, it's one of those games that's like, if I would like, when we get back into Rain, I want to recommend everyone else to play it, because it does have a lot of the vibes. And it has some very interesting systems. Like, I think one of the ones that I like the most is basically what you're wearing will like affect how people see you. Like, if you are dirty and bloody and have a weapon out, you are much more scary, and it's much easier for you to intimidate people. But if you are clean, well groomed, and wearing nice clothing, you are much more charismatic, and you have an easier time dealing with folks, especially with people of higher station. No, so it's like, it's very much like, if you want, you gotta dress for the vibe you like. And like, I don't know, like, I've been playing, like, from what I understood, I think they actually took a pass at Kingdom Come Deliverance and kind of smoothed it out. Because Axe saying the first Kingdom Come is very jank. It's not very janky right now. I think they actually went through it and patched some stuff up. I think they're on like a 1.9 version.
I will say I did just crack my PS Plus to check. I was wondering if their new monthly games had hit. Not yet. But yeah, they have both the original PS4 version of Kingdom Come Deliverance, but then they have a separate one, which is the PS5, PS4 version, which is probably like their quote-unquote next-gen port.
Yeah.
So, like, that is probably, would have had an opportunity for some things to be a little cleaned up.
Yeah. But you basically start as Henry, the son of a blacksmith, who gets caught up in the. Does it actually have a name? Hang on. Let me talk about here. Oh yeah, the Hussite Wars. But also, let's see here. Yes, and you fight it's not like perfectly like same, but it's like it takes place, Hussite Wars. So it basically takes place in Bohemia, in the what will later become known as the Czech Republic and all that stuff. And it's a very much a peasant to knight simulator. You start off, the son of a blacksmith, and through events that happen that scar you forever, you go on a quest of revenge to stop the people who did bad things to you and took your stuff, and a lot of the things around there. And the storytelling is really good, and I like a lot of the characters. I'm already like, there's a young lord that you meet, is it Han Capo? I do not know how to pronounce it. Who you immediately, when you meet, he's immediately a shit to you, so you're immediately a shit to him. So you fight it out, and then people get pissed that you fought it out because it's a commoner and a noble fighting out. And then as a punishment, you have to go hunting with him the next day. And the next day, he was like, man, that was my bad, but you were in the wrong too. And then you're like, yeah. And it's all like, we cool now? We cool. And then you immediately start broing it up. I'm like, oh, this is so amazing.
I'm about to say, and that's the, did we just become best friends?
No, and it does. And it's like, yes, it's so good. I love it.
Pretty solid.
It's solid. From what I understand, you actually get on that a lot more in the second game, and which kind of makes me excited.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
No, but Hans is a mess and a half, but I like him. That's the thing. Because he's basically he's not dumb, but he spends more time drinking and making love than ruling. So he gets into a lot of trouble, and you are a loyal and determined person who ain't gonna let a little thing like fear stop you from doing anything anymore. So yeah, you gotta bail him out. Like, I've already had to bail him out once. You on that hunting trip, and if it's gonna happen more, I think it's gonna be like great. But it's a great dynamic. Yeah, no, Aaron talking about Hans, because from what I understand, the second game takes place immediately after the first game. So that's one of the reasons why I want to make sure I got through, and I'm enjoying it. I like.
I'll keep an eye on it. It's like 80 gigs, so I don't think I'm gonna download it tonight. But I'll keep an eye on the rotation, especially because fuck all these fucking games.
No, I think I say once we get back into
free.
Once we get back into Rain, I definitely recommend it. I love it because like armor is done very good. You can wear like there's like 4 slots in each of your areas, and you can wear like clothes, maybe a gambeson, then put mail over the mail or the gambeson, and then put plate over that. It's like there's a whole like layering system to armor and stuff. Weapons,
realistic layering, yeah.
Yeah. Weapon, like I said, this is like, this is just medieval, so there's no like magic or stuff. And combat can be quite hard. Like when you do archery, there's no dot to tell you where your arrow's going. You actually have to, properly aim with it. I suck with a bow in it. Oh my god. I have to shoot a rabbit like 3 feet in front of me. To like hit it. Swordplay is, there's a stamina system, but when you wield a weapon, you basically have 5 directions you can swing, plus you have a stab. So you have to like swing your weapon. You then flick the switch to change it to a different direction, and then swing again. Enemies can block and clinch, and you can perfect parry. It's like combat's very involved. And at the beginning, Henry kind of sucks, because guess what? He's just, he's not necessarily poor, but he's just the son of a blacksmith. He doesn't know anything about this, like, sword fighting and whatnot. But as things go on, you're getting better.
It's like I said, it's a PS Plus game. I'll take a crack sometime. I'll take a gander.
No, I definitely recommend it. It's what I've been playing late at night. It's almost like it invokes the same kind of feeling you kind of get playing Skyrim. Wandering around, doing stuff, finding things you need to do, and all that stuff. But it's just there's no magic and no fucking giant trolls who will hit you out of the skybox. Everything is very Christian. Very Christian. Jesus.
Hey, it's the 13th century, thingy.
Yeah. But that's all I'll say right about now about Kingdom Come Deliverance.
I mean, well, you sold me on a try. It's a game I had an eye on because I know Aaron's a fan of the series as well, but. It's one of those things of like, well, it's in there. Well, get to it. But stacking recommendations is like, oh yes, I see, and I see what you mean about like getting back to Rain. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of vibe. Keep that in mind. I work better usually with a little bit of a creative spark. So mood setting can be important. And like I said, this is why it's like we said earlier, it's like if you want to cancel your PS Plus, you should do that. But like, I don't want to do that because there's good ass games in there.
Yeah.
Look at this list of RPGs. Yeah. Do I still have? Hold on. No, it's in library. Okay, I was gonna be like, do I still have Demon's Souls remake installed? That's something we don't need the juice for. But there are quite a lot of video games in there, and it did actually remind me as I was scrolling through because I see them listed, right next to each other. Something else I wanted to bring up, talking about, kind of both with like stories of games and stuff we talked about before, but it was recently announced that Cyberpunk 2077 has sold, I think, 40 million units.
Yes.
Which is pretty good.
Amazing.
It's pretty cool. And Edge Runners Season 2 coming out soon. I think they showed the first episode at an AX panel.
Yeah, they did.
Sorry, it is a little funny to me that, like I said, I'm browsing through like the RPG titles right now, and it's like I said, you have the PS5, PS4 version, and then the PS4 version listed separately. No shit. Darkest Dungeon 2? It's on PS Plus? When did that happen?
Uh-huh.
Huh. Like this is why I'm like I can't go cold turkey on this yet, because like you never know what you'll find when you're just like, interesting. I could use a new video game to try out to run. What do we got? And then you're just like, oh shit, where the fuck did these games come from? And then later you go, where the fuck did these games go? But you know,
hey, I didn't pay. If I didn't pay anything, I'm not losing anything. That's how I feel.
I'll also say it's very funny that in the editor recommendations there are a handful of editor's choice games listed. The first one is, it's probably alphabetical, but the first one is Abiotic Factor.
They did just do a major update.
I still got it installed, and I think it's updated. But they're listing like Abiotic Factor, Blasphemous 2 just got an update for Third Sin. Resident Evil Village is on this list.
We'll get there eventually.
Exit 8, Returnal. Risk of Rain 2. Banishers of New Eden's on here. I do have that in my library. Never got around to playing it. Neo number 1, which I still got installed for a while. Last Guardian, Death Stranding, and Pacific Drive, by the way.
Here's the GTA I want to play, Omega, if you look on the stream.
Yeah, I'll wait for it to catch up a little. Try it 1.0.
Gold Thief Attack. Trickel has no shame about some stuff.
No, that's the thing I've noticed. Like, Loth always seems bamboozled by it, but it's a very reference-heavy game.
Oh, yeah. No, like, if you go here, like, we got Powerpuff Girl references.
Classy.
Yeah. I'm not sure what this is, but it's a fucking shoujo. It's a fucking shoujo thing right here.
That's always the thing, right? Is like talking about like classic references. That I always feel like that's a comment we get because about something in FGO that's like, this feels like a super specific reference that I don't know.
This is cyberpunk, as you can tell by the fucking words.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here.
I will say I'm glad that I did see, since the Edge Runners 2 hype going up, I have seen some people discussing the tabletop game Cyberpunk Red. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think they either recently released or have an upcoming 2077 supplement.
I remember.
We always love to hear from RPGs that are not just D&D.
It's true. But no, Trickel is full of silly little references, and I love it.
Yeah. Sorry, I saw the logo pop up again for Gold Thief Attack. God, no, that's yeah. I mean, I've already talked. My November game is I'm gonna fucking buy Godzilla.
Like I said, I'm buying Godzilla out of spite. I've mentioned that.
When I want to schedule some time, maybe we could have a Godzilla stream.
Let's just have a
Play some Godzilla versus.
Does Godzilla come out before GTA?
Oh, does it? Is it like the same day? Let me check.
If it's the same day, we need to have a This Is Not GTA stream.
Let's see. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters, Melee Remastered. I'm opening up the Steam page to check the releaseth date. Okay, no, it'll be released first, November 3rd. I believe GTA is November 14th.
Okay, then yes, we must have on the day that GTA is released. We will not get anything, but we need to stream Godzilla on the release date of GTA. Wait, when is what day is November 14th? Excuse me. Let's see.
Let's crack a calendar.
Looks like the 14th is a Saturday. I mean, we can watch Godzilla and then go into a Godzilla stream.
All right, make sure to pin that one in your minds, chat, in case we forget. We've already talked about it. We're planning on doing a Godzilla month in November for movie night. But yeah, like you said, we won't get crazy hits, but it's funny. And who knows? Maybe people will be looking for Godzilla gameplay because, like, there did seem to be a decent amount of counterculture rep of people being like, "Oh shit, Godzilla's going against GTA."
I know what I'm about. But let's see here. I think that is it for video games. I don't think we have anything else to particularly talk about there. So I guess the only thing that really be left in our thing is tabletop. I have nothing to report on Star Wars. I have been looking up prison ships, and I have realized I have a slight problem. They are not really well described in universe. From what I can see, there's only been kind of like two. There's been a mention of prison ships, but not a lot of detail on them. The only two examples, like from recent here, is in Ondor. There was a prison transport that I used, but it was very small. I actually looked into it. It's interesting. It was originally an Imperial troop transport that they converted. And then, and apparently in the Acolyte, or was it Ahsoka? One of the two. I can't remember. There was also some sort of prison transport ship, and I'm just all like, I'm going to have to make something up now. Cool.
Oh, maybe. Hold on. What did Wikipedia do about the Legends canon split?
It's two tabs now. One is canon, one is Legends, and you can switch between the two.
Let's see. There is a prison ship Legends tab. It's not super detailed.
Nope.
Imperial dungeon ship from like a comic. Is that a real thing? Based on a prison design. Yeah, it's like not in. Not in any current RPGs. I mean, you could use it as a set piece. It's been used in RPGs before. The Lictor class dungeon ship.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it now. I might.
I know there are some gnarly space prisons in both canon and Legends. I've often joked it would, because it has Star Wars music in it, be another one of the most demonetized streams of all time. But I may just someday want to sit down and show people Star Wars Bounty Hunter, the Jango Fett game, because I played that shit a lot as a kid, and I own it as part of a bundle deal with something I got previously with PlayStation. But it's a wacky, wild game. The whole third chapter, I think it's the third chapter. Yeah, pretty sure it's 3. But I think it's the whole third chapter is a reverse prison break into Prison Break.
Mm-hmm.
Django needs to find a bounty target who's in notorious asteroid prison Uvo 4. So you gotta break in, you gotta find the guy, and then you gotta break out. And it sucks. Because the guards have E-webs and rocket launchers. And the prisoners also want to beat your ass for some stupid reason. But yeah, just finding a solid hull is probably okay. But yeah, there's a little bit of work doing. You said, I think earlier, a couple of games. Any other games you want to bring us up?
No. Not right now, no.
Okay. One thing, because you said earlier about me adding notes, one thing that I forgot to add a note for today, but should have because I thought of it, was I did mention, with me not feeling well, I've been doing several different things, including watching stuff, and my YouTube algorithm has been feeding me that, if you didn't know, gang, Mythbusters has a YouTube channel. I think they've had it for a long time, but they actually use it. And there's quite a lot of episodes and random videos posted just online for you to check out. Some of them are like single myths, like edited together. Some seem to be TV episodes just without the commercial breaks, and others are kind of like compilations that I assume are organic. Like, I don't remember if there was an episode called, I'm literally looking at my YouTube history right now, 5 Myths, that went completely off the rails. Don't know if that was an episode or if they just compiled some stories together. But Mythbusters, hella sick, super cool. And you should watch it if you haven't. It's the kind of thing that, makes you think about stuff. And thinking is important. But since I was talking about watching stuff, I can also mention the other thing that was in my list. Like he introed it as well, but I know this is something that our audience also is interested in. Netflix has finally announced when there's going to be more JoJo. Sorry. I had a little thungus clear there. But yes, to let you know, by the way, that to reinforce our earlier point about hope is not lost, on some level, dunking on corporations does work because Netflix has announced that the plan is that they're going to release stage 2 and 3 of Steel Ball Run, the next 11 episodes starting in September, weekly. An episode every Friday. So, for those of you who were hoping for JoJo Fridays to come back and kind of bring that sorry, I'm very burpy all of a sudden. But bring that feel back, they did it. Like, people didn't like batch releases. They complained about it. I think that, like, I've talked about this before. I don't necessarily mind batch release or weekly release. It depends on what you're doing. Like, I think, honestly, if you're going to batch release, it can be better to just dump the whole thing out so you can binge it. But then also, like, to chase the binge dragon, they break up seasons in a weird way, and that just sucks.
Yeah.
And I do think that weird breakup way did affect the hype and like, public perception of JoJo Part 6. So, like, people really pushed back, and I know there was a lot of concern when the first episode of Steel Ball Run came out, because it was kind of like a double-length teaser. But no, they said that they're going to do it weekly, and it's going to be the next 11 episodes, so it'll basically be a full production core. It sounds like the reason why they're waiting until September of this year is that it is apparently a lot of production effort to make. And so, it took them a few extra to cook. Maintenance still ongoing, by the way. But there's a lot of anime happening. Like I said, like Edge Runners 2, New Ghost in the Shell soon. Several other things I'm probably forgetting because it's almost 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
But we've crossed 4 hours. Thanks for everybody hanging out. There's still approximately 20 of you tabbing back and forth. Watching Trick Cow.
Not much actually going on in here. I'm just doing daily stuff, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're providing the visual element while we draw, but that probably means we can wind down a little. You want to talk about Death Watch?
Yeah, kinda. We did. Lucky definitely had I shouldn't have opened my fucking mouth moment last week. As it turns out, then when a Lugga can roll well, he fucking can destroy people. Sometimes in a single hit. Well, 2 hits.
It was 2 hits.
But yeah, actually no. Like, honestly, I think I'll talk about it at full because we did talk about it in the tabletop. So last week we recorded Death Watch and we did finish Storm Assault. It took 4 sessions, but since it was secretly 2 missions squished together, it was fine. So none of that. We picked up where we left off, and we went into the final encounter. It turned out that the final boss was not a giant worm, but something just as scary, turns out. And we tried to set up a plan to deal with the big bad scary, and it kind of worked, but also it kind of didn't. There was definitely moments of, I shouldn't use the word chaos. And when talking about a 40k,
It's a little confusing because there was literally chaos.
No, there was a little disharmony. That's what I'll say.
Yes.
There was a little disharmony
There was a little confusion
amongst the group. And like I said, Lucky did not necessarily have the greatest time. And it wasn't because of one thing in particular or another thing. It was a bunch of little things on top of each other. And unfortunately, well, I kind of talked that with Omega with Axe on the side there about it, but like it was getting to me a little bit. Cause while Sniperius is a very effective character, he's very good at what he does. He's not necessarily better than any of the other characters, I would say. The only what he excels at is doing damage at range, extreme range at that.
Yep.
So any situation in which he is not utilizing his range capabilities to its fullest, he's kind of just another Space Marine, kind of. So he does not necessarily do more damage or more hits than anyone else in the team. So
you have a pretty good track record with your shotgun, but it's not actually that much more effective against hordes than anybody else. It just means you can hold your own.
Yes, it puts me.
Actually, I do want.
Oh,
sorry. Finish your thought.
Oh no, say it.
So I was going to say the other thing I think that I also want to bring up that Sniperius is consistent at, that I know you didn't feel necessarily last session because of the stuff we're also going to talk about, but I also want to say I think you're pretty good also at just in general, not just the ranged combat, but also landing your ranged hits.
Yes.
You're very much built for that. So even if necessarily you're not the most effective on target, you're usually pretty good at hitting your guy. And some of the other players haven't always had that much luck. I think in the session before last, Aaron tried to do some running and shooting with his plasma pistol, just as a cover to get into charge range. But he also, I think, whiffed a couple of them plasma pistol shots.
No, I do not think that Sniperius has actually missed a shot, like, ever.
No, I think anytime you actually would miss, you're just like, this is why I haven't spent my fate points yet.
Yeah.
Spent my spate points?
No, I genuinely believe that Sniperius has not missed, but usually because I only fire single shots. Usually I can only get like 3d10 on something, and without rolling Righteous Fury, which I cannot do for some odd reason, I usually do not have enough.
The D1 hates him. This guy cannot roll a 10. It sucks. This is part of why I designed a thing in the relic list where I'm like, what would Lucky like in a relic stalker patterned bolt gun? Well, it's supposed to be mean, so I guess Righteous Fury's on 9s and 10s and does it automatically. We'll just cut that middleman out.
But yes, so while, like I said, Sniperius remains in range, he does not necessarily outdamage or outkill anyone else on the team. So part of the plan was, because Sniperius is very good at range, was for him to stick in one place, basically give out buffs to everyone, give out a buff to everyone else, and just take yes, no, there was 3 9s that were rolled at one point. It was a little nuts. Act as a command tower. Unfortunately, some people did not completely understand this plan. This is one of my little niggles. We are very bad at communication and distance. I definitely feel that there are players who basically do not pay attention to combat until it's their turn. Go, okay, what's going on? Okay, I do this, and didn't do a thing. And I'm just like, I feel that is very frustrating. Unfortunately, said player doing such thing usually doesn't completely work the mission, but at the same time, it's one of those things of all like, we had a plan. Why are you not paying attention to the game that we're playing right now? Like, I can understand.
Was it just last session, or was it 2 sessions ago? I've tried to start the phrase of like, okay, it's your initiative X. Next person, you're on deck. So like, start thinking about your turn and paying attention now.
Yes.
But I don't always remember to do it. But
like, I can understand if you're doing something on the side, but like I can only speak from my experience. Even when I'm doing something on the side, I am trying to pay attention and plan my next move. I will usually start my turn by going, okay, where is everyone? Just so I can, make sure I'm on deck. But usually I have my next move, in mind when I do. I feel like some people just do not think about it until it's their turn.
There definitely have been some moments where players have done that question of like, okay, where am I? How far away are they? And then they go, oh shit, that doesn't match the plan I had in my head.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, listen, we discussed everything around this. And I don't want to point too many fingers, like I know the neuro-spicy is strong in tabletop gaming. So like maybe you get a little distracted, maybe something else happens, maybe your focus was ratcheted somewhere else. But like that's going on. I did actually talk about Axe talking about his I know he has issues with visualization. I did talk about like thinking about maybe scrolling up a map, but when we started, I thought you guys had a pretty solid plan that didn't necessarily need visualization. I thought about running it out, but it like the problem was it wouldn't have been a very interesting map. The guys were in a ruin of like very orderly streets that were like, okay, so there's like every 10 meters or so there's like a crosswalk, and then in between there's a building block, so like it's like building road up until you get to the end. So like it was super straightforward. I did think about that, and I probably should have done it anyway, but I was also like, it is very simple. Honestly, I think the simplicity also for other problems that were incurred was also another factor, separate from the pre-planning.
Yeah.
But yeah, the thing I want to say though is, and I will try and internalize this and remember. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I'm experiencing a little bit of shortness of breath and a little bit of lung pain taking deep breaths. Now, don't know for sure how I'll feel tomorrow after a sleep for game. I'll try, but I'll let you guys know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I'll remember it in 2 weeks for sure. But if we do run it back, the thing I want to bring up is like, we already had a mission that went to 4 sessions, so it's like, don't worry about wasting my time to get the tactical picture, right?
Yeah.
Even if that means getting a visualization, like, do let me know. Like, I've tried to make many more broad tac maps and reference them, like so many times in the work camps I was calculating meters you guys were away from things, not by my own reckoning, but by going like, pretty sure I made this to be, 5 meter per square, so let's count them up. Okay, you're about this many meters away. Like, but, you're not going to truly hurt the session by asking me about making sure you have the information you want to do to make the best decision. And checking in with, your battle brothers is not a problem as well. Like, I think that is where some of the question is where various members of the group can get too ratcheted in on things and go, oh, well, I don't know what I'm doing, so I guess I'll charge. Guess I'll shoot. I don't really want to harsh Dallas's buzz too harsh about it because, like, it was genuinely a pain in the ass to find the rules for it. But, sorry. Speaking about the inhale. But, like, there was a moment in the combat before that where Dallas was like, all right, that guy was annoying. Can I draw my pistol and just quick drop him? But I also want to do my lightning attack punches on that guy. And it was like, that was such a fucking rabbit hole to figure out.
Oh, no, it wasn't that.
Like,
he wanted to down the one guy and then shoot another target with his gun.
Well, yeah. So he wanted to quick draw his pistol and shoot a guy, but then he went, but I don't want to miss my attack. So can I lightning attack the guy I want to attack in melee and then cross draw my pistol and shoot? And it's like, the answer is, I think, raw. No, not really.
I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure.
Complicated. Yeah, very goofy because like shit like target selection is like, well, you're supposed to have a range limit, but that guy was definitely within 10 meters of the other guy, but it's also like you're not
dual wielding guns.
They did not write a clear-cut explanation for the jump between hitting people in melee and shooting people. And it's like, you have a quick draw, and it's like, I don't know. Like, at one point, I was just like, I don't think you can technically do this, but rule of cool, I want you to try it. But by then, several players were already hip-deep in finding the rules and trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think ultimately he did just beat the shit out of that guy in melee, and then it was like, well, you're not in melee anymore. Fuck it, go for it.
Yeah.
But it took us a while to get there. So like I said, I don't necessarily think that's Dallas's problem. He was just like, I don't like that guy. Can I do a cool thing? um, you know, and then try and like work it into his more optimal path. And then it was just like, well, the rules are confusing. This happens several times. But like that kind of thing can happen a little bit where we get in the weeds of stuff. But like I said, this is a very tactical game. That's honestly, I think, why we're having so much fun with it most of the time. The last session was very, very intense at points. I think overall we managed to have some fun. Like you said, he did not have a great time at the end, but there were still some tension breaks. Like we were still cracking jokes, you know? Like we did not necessarily lock in and get all grim. But it's still like got pretty tense and stuff. So it's like, but still, I think we have our fun with the tactical part of it. So it's like, if you guys need information to make tactical decisions, let me know, and I can provide you with. Whereas like sometimes with like Rain, you know, it's like, I know I've tried to be better about giving clear cut directions when I think space matters, but there's a lot of times where it's like, does space fucking matter? I don't know. You fucking swashbucklers. What do you want to do? Ask me about your range. How far are you? Yeah, you can shoot that guy. Yeah, you can stab that guy. The only time I think I get super persnickety is because there's very, very careful balance consideration put into like spell ranges. So that's when I have to be like, okay, how far away does that say you can do? But like Deathwatch is much more tactically. And I think that's important for the role play and like picking your ranges. And there is an unfortunate matter that does come in occasionally where it's just like sometimes the game just don't help us. That was a separate thing that I know irked you, Lucky, and I did. This was the start of this conversation. Was how do I want to phrase this? Axe was anxious that you were genuinely upset about the business with weapons tech.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure Lucky's not upset. Like he's just what did you say? Nettled?
Nettled, yeah.
Annoyed? Something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just like I think he's just nettled. I think like it does bother him, but it's not like a deal breaking bother. But I was like there is definitely some unspoken tension, so I was like, fuck it, I'm going to get in front of it. And I started this by asking you straight up, are you genuinely upset by this? Does this bother you? I'd like to know.
Yeah.
Yes, Blue Archive on screen now. But, like, that was a question where, like, in the moment, this came up because one of the Tech Marine's abilities is called Weapon Tech. It allows you to increase your damage.
And
pen, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, by your int bonus, which is your core stat. Guess what? And the ruling in the moment is like it's very loosey goosey. I've double checked this. There doesn't really seem to be a lot of commentary about it online. The simple factor is, I'll read it out for you, chat. Is basically once per combat you can decide for the rest of the round from when you decide to do this to increase your damage and pen with certain weapons.
Yes.
There's no action trigger on this. It's not a reaction. You can't normally take reactions on your turn anyway, but like there's no like set trigger. Like it doesn't say as a free action declare blah blah blah. It's just like when doing a thing, you can decide to do another thing. It lasts the whole round, but it's only once per combat you do this thing. And it's just like yeah, it's loosey goosey as fuck. So like in the moment I didn't want to be like no, you can't do that. But the thing that bothered Lucky was there was an enemy with the force field. Lucky had already bounced off the force field with the surprise round, so I know he was quite nettled by that.
Yep.
I'll try to be more careful about force fields, but unfortunately there are some stat blocks, though they just got force fields. I think you guys might be able to get some force fields yourself, though, at this...
Oh, yeah, we can. At Distinguish, yeah, we definitely can.
Yeah.
Axe's
some options.
Axe's shield should have a force field on it.
Storm Shield has a protection rating, I know for sure, and I don't know. You guys might be able to get other ones. Sorry. I saw the stream catch up, and you just head patting.
No, I'm going to go through them and I head pat my girls. That's what's happening now.
Hey. I thumbs up, Chad. You can't see it. But, so, but protection ratings are part of the system. And unfortunately, the thing they model, I think, is invulnerability saves from the war game, where you just, if you hit a certain roll, you just, I didn't get hit.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, like, so you were already, annoyed. I understand it's very annoying to get your hit nullified, and as you said, you fire on single shot, so you only really have the one go. Actually, I should double check how protection rating works. Do I protection rate against the attack or the hits?
Mm-hmm.
I may have only needed to roll one force field check for Axe's semi-auto burst and see if it got everything. We'll bring it up in the rules. But basically, Axe rolled his to roll. We talked about you being the command tower. So you were in position. You'd activated this effect. You'd spent your whole turn doing it. Granting bonuses. And, this was helpful. So he, scores the hit. I bobble the protection roll. And Axe is like, this is going to be our weapons tech attack. Now, I was pretty sure it was going to be his weapons attack if it hit no matter what. And it is a once per combat ability, so you don't want to. I should say I don't like to rules lawyer the players too hard about abilities that don't say they got to be activated in a particular order. It's a once per combat ability. You want to feel cool. You want to do your thing.
Yeah.
But you were bothered by Axe waiting to declare until after not only did he hit, but also I bumbled my protection rolls before he explicitly said, "I'm using weapons tech." By the way.
Yes. He basically
and I do understand this vibe.
Yes, no, he specifically waited till he know that he would do damage before he would commit to his once per thing. And yes, I understand that it's his once per combat thing, but it's still once per combat. We can do multiple combats in a session, so we could use it multiple times a session. And like I said, and it did melt the big bad pretty good. But we also had like other things going on at the same time. So it's one of the things, like I said this in the chat. I feel like it's not against the letter of the rules, but the spirit of the rules.
You definitely feel like I said, I went searching for this. I definitely feel like it should be a thing where like somebody should have specified how the fuck this works. Like when do you get to trigger this? It doesn't say.
It doesn't say.
What does that mean?
Because
that's very confusing for this shit.
Like, because it's also to think of, like, I'm trying to visualize this. Like, he shoots his guns. He sees that they're just about to hit, and all of a sudden they just get bigger and stronger. That makes no sense to me. It makes absolutely no sense to me. So, yes, like, when Axe was being very gleeful about how cool his barrage plasma pistols were, the next day, yes, I was a little nettled at him. Originally I wasn't going to bring it up because, again, it's one of those things of, like, yeah, technically the rules don't say anything about this. Axe needs a good, decent ranged option. He's happy that he's doing it well. It's one of those things of, well, like, I can't, like, fault him for it, but emotions are emotions. I'm still upset about it. Like,
well, yeah, and that's kind of the thing that came out in the conversation later, which is, like, you brought this up where, like, you weren't necessarily ready to talk about it with the group at the time. I did, and I apologized if I was, like, a little extra forceful about it, but like I said, I could see the silent tension building, so I was like, can we talk this out now and not later? Sorry, like I said, still throat clear stuff. But like you brought it up that like part of the reason why you weren't saying anything is because, like you said, emotions are emotions, but also you understood rationally, like, we're succeeding as a team, like it was useful, it was good for our mission, etc. But it still did kind of like rankle. It's a kind of thing where like, and you can listen to the episode, it is out now. I recommend listening to our Deathway GPs. It is a little long because, like I said, we did get a little locked in at the end, and we wanted to make absolutely sure we got it, and we did have some other conversation points to get in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the thing, Axe. I think you get caught up on the wrong thing. You're like, oh, I feel like I'd start a problem if I say that's for brand. But it's like, no, you should say that. Like, that should be your liner. Like, if you feel like something, you should get it out there, because like our kerfuffles about the mechanics are separate from our indications about character decisions. And I know that like we do have some raised eyebrows about character decisions, but that's unavoidable because you made a weird guy. You went out of your way to make a weird guy, so it's weird. And we joke about it a lot, in banter and session. But like being like, saying like, as you got that guy, that's for brand. Like I don't think anybody would take that from you. That's what it was. Other than maybe Brandon, because I think he was conscious at that point, might sit up and say, "I'm not dead."
I'm not dead yet.
You know, and there's some character stuff and role playing built in there. I do want to say, like I said, also, because this is another thing that came up. I've been researching this, and again, I genuinely do not know how I'm gonna feel tomorrow for game. So we'll see, or how much it'll go, because I could say I feel fine, and then my hubris catches up to me 2 hours in. We'll see what happens. Keep your head on a swivel. But one of the things also was, like, I brought up that, like, I felt like there might be some room for some honors, because, specifically calling out Dallas's character, Balthazar, who, used his jump pack to leap out of melee combat with a couple of guys who hasn't engaged him, and did take a hit for it, like he did get got, to close to point-blank range to shut off the boss's ranged attack, which had just incapacitated Bran. Aaron said it earlier. He got destroyed. He got fucking schwacked.
Mm-hmm.
I rolled 3 8s, literally the numbers of corn. Way freakier than I thought it would. Like, once again, lucky, should have knocked on wood, but also it's one of those things where, like, me and the writing, it's like, I have been rolling like ass for a couple of guys earlier, so it's like, am I gonna fucking hit? And then it's like, yes, I have hit. No dodge. Oh, well, you're getting hit, and then it's like, oh shit, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
The first one was like, okay, that's 0 critical, and then it's like, oh shit, I rolled crazy high. Oops, Brain's dead. Unless he burns a fate point, he's gonna die. Now the funny part is that because he burned the fate point with the critical damage, it just doesn't count. So nothing else permanent happened to him, because we skipped straight to the part where it would have just been lethality. Like, you don't even lose the leg. It's just like, you rupture an artery and die. So he did not do that. But, like, it gets pretty tense. So Dallas jumped in because he didn't want to take a ranged attack. Blasted the guy full in the face, which was pretty good. Softened him up. I think even with Axe's weapon tech, the damage he rolled, he would not have clinched it without that pre-damage.
Yeah, no, because he has a combi weapon with a Melta in it. Stonks.
Melta to the face, it is pretty... We learned. Stonks. It's very effective. And, like, I know, obviously, like you said, it doesn't feel like you did much, but doing the full action to call the ball and give those guys a +20 was pretty helpful. I think that did actually help secure some clean hits.
Perhaps, but like I said, this was the thing that, like, bugged me about that.
It
like,
didn't feel like it. But
because
you had the opportunity to also do the same, basically.
I did, and I decided to, put the team first. I put the team over personal glory, and, I did not get in, because, like, fun fact, like, Sniperius, actually a very good dodge tank. I think I have I have a +10 to dodge and, like, an 80 agility right now. That means I have a 90. If I have a reaction, I can dodge.
Yeah, you are Speed Boy, and that becomes dodging. And you could have made it to the guy because you also brought your jump pack.
Yeah, so I had the option to get in there because, like Dallas did. Like, this is why I can't fault Dallas for the action, because I had the exact same idea. It's just that Dallas was in a control tower and did not have to. Well, his decision was if he was going to take those hits or not, yeah. And he did.
Whereas you had to choose whether or not you would basically, like, not activate the thing or move, because you had to be stationary once you're doing it all.
Yes.
Like, it's a major factor. This is a separate conversation that I brought up to the guys. Like I said, I want to say that I feel like I'm not, like, I'm being like, well, maybe you should think about what oath you pick. No, but, like, the boys learned a harsh lesson about, like, hey, picking our oath actually can mean a lot.
Yeah.
That was a significantly more impactful decision than you guys realized it would be at the start of Session 1, at the end of Session 4.
Axe, I'm not entirely sure what you mean by this. Forgive me a second. You're saying, I'm always worried about the things you wanted to do, because then it just becomes tense and quiet. I'm not following.
I think that is a factor that is known. You've talked about this, or you mentioned this, like the kind of, like, stealing your thunder, doing something you wanted to do, is not a unknown. I don't know why I said it like that. It's late. But like that is a kind of a thing that you've got it. Axe is phrasing it a little short here, talking about stealing your glory. But like, you are usually bothered when if somebody squeaks in a kill steal or a dramatic beat that you were like, wait a minute, it was my fucking beat.
Okay, Axe.
I was gonna do that.
I'm gonna be real. Is anyone in our group not bothered by that?
That is another point. Like, I think it's a different level, and like your presentation is Axe is much more personally intimidated by it. That's okay. We'll play the Edge of the Empire game, and then we'll. I'm kidding, by the way. I couldn't even finish the sentence of laughing. But I was gonna say we'll see how Axe feels when he steals my thunder. That actually wouldn't happen because as a player, I roll very differently. I've talked about this before. When I actually get to play games, I am usually a huge cat herder.
Yeah.
Like, I won't say I'm like second DM, but usually I'm like, okay, children, the DM clearly has a plan. Get your shit together. Come on, let's go. Let's play support.
No, because like you are right. If someone else steals my thunder, it does upset me, and it gets tense and quiet because I don't want to. Because I understand rationally that everyone has things that they want to do. Like acts like you can't tell me to just not be bothered by something that bothers me. So either I'm gonna be loud about it, or quiet, or quiet about it. And me being,
and I think you get sorry, very funny way to phrase that. I don't actually think your bard was that much that way, but that was an interesting game when we were playing D&D. But the funny thing is that like I think Axe, you take it a little too personally about like I don't think it actually like is as big of a deal as you think it is to like be careful about. You're doing too much tiptoeing on eggshells. About it, like you shouldn't be so worried about it that like we can't talk it out later if it comes up. And like I want to say that like honestly, I think for this campaign, which has gone about 10 sessions I think between all 4 missions.
Yes.
I think that honestly, you have not been the person who has vocally at least been the surliest about kill stealing and stuff like that. Honestly, if anything, a couple of the other characters have gotten on Sniperius's case about pocketing guys, and I know that you have also made conscious decisions about targeting guys that your battle brothers are being in single combat with. That actually came up, I think, at the end of last session and also this session, where there were some Chaos Space Marines the guys were fighting. Yes, I had that. Also saying like, oh, if it. First of all, I don't think Lucky would just call the session. You'd have to get him really, really mad to get him to completely check out of the session. Lucky is not actually. Oh God! Actually, have you ever raised crit a session I run?
When
I don't think so. We've had some moments where we've kind of like had to reschedule the session because there was a sudden mood turn and we had to like talk some stuff. But like,
I remember I pissed off Aaron enough that he rage quit a session. And
yes,
so
that was what I was thinking of. Where like he was upset by some stuff going on, and we had to talk that one out. And
yes, we did. Like, that was.
Well, that was left. We have to call the session.
Yes,
that was our own conscious choice vibes.
No, like usually I don't usually think I rage quit. I usually rage quit sessions. Like if I have an actual genuine problem with the session, I usually wait till the end of the session to bring it up, and whether I do it directly or indirectly.
Like, you can get passive-aggressive about it, but I can't really throw a stone about that because that is also usually my response when I can't, what's the word? Actualize something right away is like I get, huffy about it.
No, so like, yes, I'll get huffy about it, but like, again, I'll talk about this. Axe, you get hella passive-aggressive when, things aren't going your way. Like, I don't know if you realize this.
No, you get very sassy, Axe, when, like, and it's not even necessarily about people, but when just, like, stuff gets in the way of you doing things, you just get like, well, I guess I won't do anything then.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I wanted to do this, but now I guess I can't. You say this a lot, Axe. Like, so, like, you too take things personally when things don't go your way. Aaron!
Honestly,
Aaron!
You called the ball. Everybody's like that.
Yeah.
Loth gets very sassy, like if he gets talked over. That's another reason I think why you couldn't quite get your feelings right away at the end of the session, because you actually jumped in to play feelings goalie for Loth a little.
Yeah.
Like talk him through some stuff.
Actually, believe it or not, I think the person who gets the least about stuff is Dallas. Dallas lets everything go off his fucking back.
Dallas is pretty good about that. Like, Dallas does get sassy about stuff. Like, it's so funny, but like there was that moment in mission 3, right, where Dallas just broke and was just like, this character fucking sucks. I'm not having a good time. We were all like, wow, Dallas actually like reached a breaking point.
Yeah.
And he had some complaints earlier where we're like talking about like vehicles and stuff or other things where he was like, oh man, this really is hurting my builds. Like, this is not optimal for me. But the moment he got his new character who's just like optimized to do one thing and he does it well, Dallas is just like, ha ha ha. like even when we got to the point where he had to make, the Morton's Fork, right? He had to choose between two bad outcomes. He was just like, no, I got to do it. That's what I have to do, is I have to take this choice,
Yeah.
But even then, I think Dallas can get a little sassy. He's usually more upset about dice stuff than necessarily like doing his cool thing. Like,
yeah.
He's content to rock it. He still too has his breaking point. We've all got it.
Yeah. So, like
back. Be careful about throwing bricks. I think that's usually how I am. Like, I don't like to like call out and be like sometimes I will make sure to be, hey Loth, you're being a sassy little bitch right now.
And Loth will usually be like, yes I am, and we're like, okay.
So long as you know, at least. And sometimes that will adjust his attitude. Other times he will be like, yes, let me be sassy. Okay, he wants to be sassy. All right, he knows.
But like, going back on like, especially talking about like Dallas and stuff. What like niggled me about the whole situation with him going in and not me is that you were talking about him getting honors and stuff, and I'm just all like, oh man, and this is me being like, oh man, that could have been me, but it wasn't me, so I'm like, milking the giant cow
milking the giant groks in the sky.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think a lot of people crave the fight they can win.
No, Axe, why do you Axe, I don't know if you've noticed, I call you out all the time on this. I just usually do it passively.
I'm wondering, like, is that the thing? Like, do I need to do like I do with Loth and just acknowledge to Axe sometimes, like, hey, you're being a little spicy right now, brother? Is that the intended goal? And then if Axe says yes, just let me be petty, it's like, okay, he knows.
But
and I know like talking about like some of Axe's flinch reflex. I think that's like some of that's my B, because I have yelled at him before when I don't need to yell, but I have my own stress relief systems. There was a couple fail portrayals ago where like I reached a breaking point where we were talking about 40k lore and stuff, and Axe cut me off to add one more thing one too many times, and it got to me, and I yelled. I was like, can you let me finish a fucking sentence? And after that, Axe was very polite and minded his P's and Q's for the rest of it. And I probably didn't need to yell, but it got to me. It bugged me.
Well,
it doesn't bug Dallas. That's the thing. Like we said, Dallas, I won't say he's unbuggable, but there's a lot of things that bug the rest of us that don't bug him, and sometimes that bugs other people. But yeah, the talking about like getting the honors, yeah, like that, milking the giant groks in the sky. The thing I was gonna say, because like I said, I don't know for sure if we're having a session tomorrow or not. We'll see how fever-brained I am. Is that like I did my research, I did my checkum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, like I don't actually think I checked all of them. As cool as it is, that stuff he did, I think technically as a Space Marine, that's business as usual to take blows in the back to achieve your objectives and protect your brothers. There are some honors about winning righteous victories, especially against traitors. I think, is that the Imperialis? I think defeating like a dozen Chaos Space Marines tops is like Actually, I don't know if it was like that. It was like 6 guys, I think, overall, like half a dozen. I don't think that's quite enough to qualify as a righteous victory, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think the Death Watch would probably acknowledge the actions he did, but like, it's not quite to what the book calls an honors. I do think that I want to have a little discussion about this, and I will do the thing I talked about and let Sniperius's previous successes catch up to him with a marksman's honor, because that's supposed to be awarded not only to singular high quality accuracy shots, but also just overall consistent performance. That's the word I'm looking for.
Like I said, I do not think
That's
I've
the other
missed.
thing. Also, X, like, you got the kill shot, but that's also like, I don't actually know that's the medal its own. You know, like that was a righteous victory, but that guy was not quite like not quite a Chaos Lord, or if he was, his warband was super small. Like, that's the kind of thing where like they might discuss giving your whole kill team like an Imperialis. And I think I want to, because we're over the halfway mark of the session, I might want to talk about how, like, I think your kill team as a group is getting cred. You guys might start, like, appointing yourself personal heraldry kind of a thing for Kill Team Horai. But, like, I don't think we've quite hit some of the honors level. And a lot of them are, like, mostly about just, like, rank and experience based. Also, unfortunately, despite the fact that I feel bad about this, there's no Space Marine equivalent of a Purple Heart neither.
Honestly, I was actually thinking that you should, like...
Brand won't get any kind of, like, extra recognition for not dying.
Honestly, what I was thinking is you should probably award everyone a permanent fate point for destroying, you know, an agent of chaos and whatnot. Or a Chaos Lord.
Honestly, I think I might do that. I've been thinking about when to award fate points, and that, like, defeating a major antagonist might be worth it. I can keep that in mind, too, for when you catch up with, I don't know, maybe like an Orc War Boss and maybe a Patriarch.
No. Or at least, or even not
Cool,
just
like
right now, but keep it in the future, because like I said, Aaron did have to burn a fate point, and that unfortunately, that's not something
about awarding.
Yeah,
you can't buy them back. No,
yeah,
it's permanent. It's so like I said, I've been thinking about when fate points can come in. I can also say no, that guy didn't have a chaos mark. He didn't have special boons. He was a Terminator equivalent of a space, like he was a chaos renegade variant of a Space Marine veteran. So he was a big deal, but he was not like. He was, for some reason, he should have been in the Chaos Terminator squad, but I was pretty sure that you guys weren't ready for that for sure, and I was right. I was correct.
No, don't worry, Aaron. Just wait.
Doing like combi weapon bolters, a little too much.
Don't worry. Eventually, one of us is gonna get the autocannon to the fucking face. It's gonna happen.
I did double check, and there are not too many more autocannons in the mix, but there are. It's a pretty common weapon. So we'll see. Like like I said, we'll see how it shakes out. So I've been thinking about fate point awarding. So I may keep it in mind. I think what I want to do is I want to give Dallas a bonus point of renown for selflessly leaping into battle, and taking a wound for purposes of protecting a battle brother. That shouldn't stack up too much to Sniperius's accomplishments, because you have gotten a couple of extra points of renown for your particular specialties. But yeah, like I've been trying to think about like something to do for Brandon. It's like, I mean, we could like wrap him in purity seals and talk about like no heretic round shall pierce him. But it's like, purity seals are weird. You kind of award them preemptively on the hope that like the battle brother will keep up the promise and be protected. 2, usually you get them from your chaplaincy. And I believe, if I'm not fucking stupid right now, I'm not feverish, I believe the Space Wolves have a funny relationship with the chaplaincy, which is, they don't have it. They have a different thing. Now, I think I'll make it people spend their EXP on their followers. I will merely give you guys the EXP you need to purchase a follower.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to get.
You can definitely get your Fenrisian Wolf when it comes through. No, you're thinking about it. I'm locked in on it.
No, but like I said, the session was a little rough at the end. Like I said, I was feeling a bit upset. Loth was feeling a bit upset. I don't know how Aaron was feeling. I really don't. He went down and he kind of just went quiet.
I feel like I try to have a read on the players. I feel like Aaron was upset when it happened and he had to burn the fate point. Like even before burning the fate point, he was like, "Well, I guess I'm just dead." Like he seemed bothered, but it kind of feels like he had a moment to just be to be dead.
Yeah.
And like by the time like the apothecary did his job and shot that guy full up of healing juice.
Juice.
Like, okay, you're up, you're conscious. It was kind of like, okay, had a quiet role playing moment, and then was like, all right, business as usual. We're killing guys. Yeah, like he just said in chat, I felt down when I was taken down, but I was ended up feeling better. Like he didn't have anything else to do but kind of like sit and think while unconscious, and we kind of feel like rocked through it. Obviously, like we said, Axe he's talked about feeling anxious about things like wanting to win, but also like it does bother him on some level to think about like upsetting the vibes of the table, even if it is fear based. Anxiety is a feeling. Someone who often gets anxious. I don't know. I guess I'll ask Dallas. He didn't have anything to say on Fail Betrayal on Tuesday. Well, we can ask Dallas how he felt. I think he was doing okay, but I also think he was definitely like in the tension zone because he was like. As the Assault Marine, he was at the front of the group, and he was definitely having some thoughts like, oh shit, I'm alone at the front of the group? I have to make decisions now. I have to think about things. What am I doing? Yeah, you're very helpful flicking through rulebooks. I appreciate it. As someone who also was like, I have to think about flipping the rules, and then Aaron would say, no, I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I'm going to focus on the next bit. It should be interesting. So I hope we can game this week. Even if for maybe a smaller one, but we'll see what we can get out. But the next one I think is going to be fun. You get to do escort and hang out with Sisters of Battle, and then you get to recon and look for things, and then you get to hold a line.
I love holding the line
against waves of enemies.
I love holding the line.
In some kind of siege.
Yeah, this is exactly why I have defensive tactics.
Yeah. Spoilers for future mechanics, but it's in the fucking it's in the mission goals to defend while the evacuation happens. That will indeed be a wave-based missions where waves of enemies will come at you from different directions.
That way, sniper
will not necessarily be telegraphed, so you guys will have to pick who's guarding which approach.
I'm gonna be very excited to use the new Reaper Autocannon. I can't really say it's mine. We just kind of took it. It's kind of a group resource, I guess.
You did the thing that like Space Marines do, which is like you found a venerated piece of equipment. I said it wasn't literally tainted. It was just chaosy, and you were like, okay, can we fix this? Can we purify it? Yeah. And then Aaron brought up a great point, which was like, well, do we want to do that for this Terminator armor? We'll see about getting the Signum link. I will say at least, Axe, you did consciously bring up right at the start, because you listed out all your rec. You were like, I want to get I've got the room to get the Signum link if we're getting it.
I still haven't finalized my gear list. I will double check, but the thing, to get the most use out of it, we have to have the Signum and the Signum link.
Yeah, we got to make sure everybody budgets for the link. You should be able to have that in the budget, but also you guys hit a new renown tier, which is another thing that I'm like excited to, because I did talk about this, about like how I felt after the session, and I'm like, yeah, some of that stuff was a little rough. And like I said, I feel a little bad when I bust out when I go crazy style on players out of nowhere. Like, I was kind of a bozo all session until that autocannon hit on Aaron. Like literally shot up Axe multiple times, and he was just like, "Nah, machine, I'm unharmed. I tank." And I'm just like, "Hey, you little bug." I mean, it's his job. That's the thing, right? When players have high damage resistance and they're built for that, sometimes you got to shoot at them anyway, even though they'll tank it, because like that's what they're there for. It's only after I shoot them that I can have the enemies go, they know better. They know that you're fucking bulletproof. But like I was not doing a super successful job threatening the team until that happened, and then it was like, oh shit, right, cover's important. Our oath selection and our battle tactics are important. I think you guys did. What was the ability? Go to ground?
Yes.
Yeah, that's everyone. I think you guys realized how utility that one, because like it couldn't. it couldn't save Brand, but it's a great way, like, for when if you guys were ever like shot by surprise on your own, if you can activate it to go, oh shit, go to ground, everybody move to cover now. Everybody just start moving towards cover for free. Actually, I'll discuss this with the full group probably in next session, but I'll bring it up here as well. I'm also wondering, I might just fucking house rule that you can use your fucking chapter-based squad mode abilities with your kill team without the Google. Because it feels really limiting that it only works on yourself or with other people in your chapter, and I don't even think if you're like the mission squad leader you can apply it to other characters. I'd have to double check.
You
But,
might
like,
you might be if you're just squad
the chapter
leader.
unique patterns are kind of goofy like that. No, autocannons are nasty. I know you guys focus fired those Ogrins with autocannons.
Well, yeah, because didn't the War Dog have one as well?
Yeah, the War Dog had I think an autocannon on one arm and a plasma on the, or a Melta weapon, Melta cannon on the other.
It was
yeah.
an ancient Melta weapon.
No, they were very nasty, but you guys were instantly like, that guy has to die. Yeah, Aaron's saying couldn't find any mention of saying you can have non-chapter people do your chapter patterns. So I may just house rule that so you guys can have variety.
No. But no, like...
Maybe we'll do it on the squad leader. I'll talk about it with the gang.
Yeah, no, like... I don't know. We will see. We haven't, like... We haven't got into our next mission. We know what it is. We have our rec. We have our objectives. We haven't picked our squad leader or not, whatnot, and we will see.
You've increased your... Like we said before, you increased your renown tier. You got some more XP, so I think you guys have gone up an XP rank as well. So I'm kind of like, I want to see what you guys are doing now. I'll see what you're capable of.
Honestly, actually, this might be the mission for Sniper is to take the lead. Take the lead.
It is defend. It is one of the things you said that you might consider.
Yeah.
What did I say? I think I said that we'd treat you as either Devastator or Tactical for picking oaths.
Probably Devastator. I'm not as flexible as the Tactical Marine. Because all Sniper is just a very, very far Devastator.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that may even be kind of true in like the Primaris stuff where you actually get snipers.
Yeah.
Like they do use lighter armor than the big heavy boys, but they are still like you are a long range focused specialist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm excited for tomorrow. When we get out of here, I'm probably gonna go and look over the thing. I've already decided I'm probably not taking like a missile pack or the shotgun because honestly, I have a Stalker and I have a silenced pistol. I feel like I can only really carry one more weapon, and that's going to be the Reaper autocannon that we got because that thing's sick. I love it.
No, it's pretty cool.
I will give it to Brand, but it almost killed him, so he doesn't want anything to do with it.
No, I mean, I think I can't remember if Axe or Kier, like if he brought it up in or out of character, but he brought that up, and Brand was just like, no. I do not want that.
Ugh. But no, I already know I'm going to do that. So my kit will not be as crazy as it normally is, but not with like not having the shotgun and the, other stuff. I have decided though that I need a cloak just for vibes.
One of your winter jammies.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, when we get out of here, I will actually finalize my gear list. I have been thinking about it. But also, no one else was really talking about it, so it hadn't been on my mind. That's why I think it was like the other day. I was like, "Are we going to talk about what we're bringing?" And
like I said, that at least got it. You know, like Axe ran through his itemized bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I have not been feeling well. It's been that struggle of like, am I sick? And then it's like, I think it was like Thursday or Friday. I was like, oh no, I'm fucking feverish. My head and like my arms are like hot. But when the AC kicks on, I get chills. I'm like, I think I'm a little ill, gang.
All right, but
yeah, so I hadn't brought it up, but we're excited. We'll see.
Yeah, no, but I think we're done there. I think we should get on out of here, Omega, because you're gonna need rest, both for your mind, body, and your fucking soul. Jesus.
Yeah. But we are at about 5 hours. We did have a pretty decent concurrent rate. Thanks for everybody for tuning in. Like I said, this will be an audio edit for Patreon Luckily, I do not have to process the video. That'll be there. That does mean I should note, I put it in the description when I schedule the stream, but I also brought this up. It'll be a while before time codes appear. I do have some tools for time coding, but they are based off of YouTube's built-in auto-generated subtitles. YouTube has to process the whole video to do that, so it'll probably take the stream archive a little bit. I'll try and check tomorrow if it can time code this stuff, and we'll put some codes in the live stream. But otherwise, it'll stay here. Yeah, okay. I think that's everything to say. Hey, if you're watching though, an hour later, give us a like. Leave your comments down below. Report in how you did on your GSSR. I know several of you are also posted in our Discord. You can also join that link. I think it's in the description. Make sure you sub for more. We'll be back Monday for more Resident Evil Revelations. We'll see what other ludicrous outfits Miss Jessica wears. We are bamboozled by 2 boats, so I bet there's at least one more costume switch.
Yep.
And we'll have a few other streams throughout the week. Oh shit! Actually, there's one thing I forgot. I should mention this ahead of time because I am also informed ahead of time. It won't matter for a while, but they finally got me. They found me. I've been served jury duty papers.
Oh my god.
That's not until the 29th, though. So, it's the end of the month, and you do got to, check in ahead of time. So, I don't know for sure. I think it's a Wednesday. So, that's an issue for later. But I got the piece of the mail, so I should mention it to people ahead of time to be like, hey, I might have to schedule. That's going to be super fun because it's going to be 8:45 a.m., and I'm a night owl. And you do still have to dress business casual. So at the courtroom will be cold, but not at the courtroom, hot. But keep that in mind. But yes, thanks everybody for watching. Don't forget to do all the commenting, and subscribing. YouTube had a little alert to be like, oh, did you know if you mention channel memberships, you're 3 times as likely to get them? So hey, YouTube, I mentioned you can also support our channel via memberships.
Good job.
You can also support us on Patreon, where, like I said, I will be posting the audio of this. If you like listening to us record Let's Talk FGO live every week.
Yeah, Mega just died. At the outro. You know what? I'm not going to wait for him. We're just going to take it on out of here. Thank you much for showing up, everybody. Please support us on YouTube, Discord, and the Patreon. We'll catch you on whatever we do next. I hope you have a good night, and pray for maintenance to be over soon. We'll see you next time, everyone. Good night.